Chapter 1. The sun was a brass hammer. Eldridge Sample felt it punch the back of his neck, a steady, dull thud. He rode a dun horse called Regulator, a name he'd always found foolish, but the horse was steady. That counted. The land baked. Red dirt, cracked like old pottery, puffed into the air with each hoof fall. Regulator snorted, shook its head, lather flecking its bit. "Easy," Sample said. His voice was dry, a rustle in the heat. The horse knew. It smelled the air, and didn't like the taste of it. The smell hit Sample second. Not just wood smoke. Something sweet, greasy. A hog-rendering smell that turned his stomach. Under it, the iron and copper stink of old blood and burnt hair. He knew that smell. It had its own taste. He'd eaten it with hardtack and chicory coffee for 4 years. He saw the buzzards. Not just a few specks circling high, waiting. This was a boil. A greasy black cloud that roiled over a shallow draw a quarter-mile ahead. More on the ground. Dozens. They looked like undertakers in bad coats, hopping heavy, too full to fly. Sample unhooked the leather thong from his revolver's hammer. He didn't draw the gun. He just made it ready. He pulled Regulator up on the rise. The horse stamped, pulling at the rein, wanting to turn. "Stand, boy." Down in the draw, 3 wagons. Or what was left. Black bones against the red dirt. Smoke, thin as a spider's thread, still climbed from a wheel hub. 1 wagon lay on its side, like a kicked dog. Its canvas cover was gone, just the charred hoops reaching for the sky. The silence was the worst part. A heavy, pressed-down quiet. No wind. No crickets. Even the buzzards on the ground were quiet, just the rip and tear of their work. Sample swung down. His boots hit the ground with a soft poof. He pulled his Winchester from its scabbard. Not for a man. For the feeling. The air was wrong. He walked Regulator down the slope. The ash was ankle-deep in places, gray flour that stuck to his boots. He stopped. Looked at the ground. Tracks. Dozens of them. All shod horses. Cavalry. Their prints were sharp, cut deep. They hadn't tried to hide their trail. They'd ridden in hard. The first body lay near a shattered wagon tongue. A man in homespun, face down. He clutched a shovel. Sample nudged him with his boot. The body was stiff. He crouched. The man's hands. Soft. No blisters, no heavy calluses. Not a man who used a shovel for a living. He'd been holding it, but he hadn't used it. Sample stood. He walked the perimeter. No sign of a fight. No brass cartridges, no lead spatter on the wagon iron. No arrows. An Indian raid looked different. Messier. They'd have taken the stock, the flour, the tools. This was clean. Vicious but clean. He moved to the second wagon. Another man, younger, lay against a stack of burnt sacks. His mouth was open. Like he was trying to say no or please. His pockets were turned out. Empty. Sample looked around. Where were the mules? The horses? All gone. Bandits then. Bandits wouldn't burn the wagons. Not like this. Not to the axle. They'd shoot, grab, and run. This was slow. This was personal. He found the women and the children behind the overturned wagon. They were piled. A huddle of melted wax figures, their clothes fused to the dirt. He saw a small shoe, unburnt, 20 feet away. Kicked off in a panic. He looked away. Not from the horror. From the pointlessness. He was a marshal. He was supposed to find sense in this. There was no sense here. He moved to the last wagon, the one still standing, its canvas gone. The contents were spilled out. A trunk broken open. Clothes. A few tools. And books. Dozens of small, well-worn books scattered in the ash. He picked one up. The cover was stiff, warped by the heat but not burned. The Book of Mormon. He fanned the pages. A man's name written inside the cover, in neat ink. Jedodiah Hale. Mormons. Headed for their Zion. A long way from home. This changed the smell of the air again. An old man with a beard like white cotton lay on his stomach near the wagon's back wheel. His arm was thrown out, hand grasping. He looked like he'd been running or crawling. Sample saw the glint. Half under the man's hand, pressed into the dirt and ash. He nudged the man's arm. Used his boot toe to scrape the ash away. Brass. Curved. He reached down, his glove making a small sound against the metal. He pulled it free. It was heavy. Warm from the sun. A U.S. Army bugle. He wiped the grime and soot from the bell. The engraving was sharp, stamped deep. F County 7th Cavalry. Sample's breath hissed out. He stood straight. The sun felt hotter. The world snapped into a hard, ugly focus. 7th Cavalry. Fort Gibson. Colonel Alistair Finch. Finch's boys. This wasn't bandits. This wasn't a raid. This was policy. He walked back to Regulator. The horse nickered low, relieved to be moving. The buzzards hopped back a few feet, watching him, their heads naked and red. Sample tucked the bugle into his saddlebag. It felt heavier than a cannonball. He didn't look back. No point. The scene was burned into his memory. The man with the shovel. The open mouth. The little shoe. He swung into the saddle. The leather creaked. He turned the Dunn's head east. Back towards Fort Smith. Back towards Judge Parker's courthouse. He had a long ride. He had a piece of brass that told a story no one would want to hear. And he had a name. Chapter 2. Patience Abbott tasted mud. It coated her tongue, gritty and foul. She lay still. Pressed so flat against the creek bank, she could feel the cold seep of water through her dress into her bones. Beside her, Ruth Mills trembled. A constant, silent vibration, like a plucked wire. Patience had one hand splayed on Ruth's back, holding her down. "Be still," Patience whispered. The words were a dry hiss, lost in the rustle of the cottonwood leaves above them. On the other side of Ruth, Jedodiah Hale prayed. His eyes were squeezed shut, his face pale under a mask of drying mud. His lips moved, but no sound came out. Words. Always words. Patience wanted to hit him. The sound of the soldiers was fading. The thud-thud-thud of shod horses at a trot moving north. A man shouted something. Another man laughed. The laugh was high and thin. It cut through the air, sharp as a shard of glass. Then nothing. Just the sound of the creek, sucking at the mud. The wind, high up in the grass. Patience waited. She counted. She counted to 100, her breath held tight in her chest. She counted to 200. The sun beat on the back of her neck, right where the soldier's hammer had missed her. Jedodiah stirred. He pushed himself up on his elbows. "They're gone. The Lord." Patience grabbed his shirt and yanked him back down. His face hit the mud with a wet smack. He came up spitting. "They're gone," he hissed, wiping his mouth. "They leave scouts," Patience said. Her voice was flat. "They always leave scouts. Now be still." "Who? The soldiers?" Jedodiah looked confused. "Why would they?" "Just wait." Ruth made a sound. A small clicking noise in her throat. Her eyes were open, wide, but she wasn't seeing the creek bank. She was seeing the wagon. Seeing the man with the yellow stripes on his sleeve. "Mama," Ruth whispered. The word was a puff of air. He had her by the hair. He smiled. "Hush," Patience said. "Hush now, Ruth." They waited. The sun crawled higher. A shadow fell across the creek, long and thin. A hawk, maybe. Or something else. Finally, Patience moved. She rose slow. Eased her head up over the tangle of roots that lined the bank. She looked. The world was gone. Replaced by smoke. Gray smoke, thick and greasy, climbing into a white-hot sky. The tops of the wagons were gone. Just the black, twisted iron. The air smelled like a forge. Like burnt meat. See. Jedodiah stood up, brushing clumps of mud from his trousers. He looked like a Sunday preacher who'd fallen in a pigsty. Patience grabbed his arm. Hard. Her fingers dug in. Look. She pointed. Not at the wagons. At the sky above the wagons. The buzzards. 100 of them. A black roiling cloud, dipping and rising. Jedodiah's face went slack. Oh. Oh dear God. We have to go, Patience said. She pulled Ruth up. Ruth was dead weight. Her legs buckled. Ruth. Stand up. Ruth, walk. Ruth just stared. She looked down at her hands. They were caked in drying blood. Black and sticky. Not her blood. He smiled, Ruth said again, her voice wondering. Patience slapped her. Not hard. A sharp, stinging crack that echoed in the quiet draw. Ruth's eyes focused. She saw Patience. She saw the mud on her own dress. She looked at her hands. She opened her mouth and screamed. A raw, tearing sound that ripped the silence apart. Patience clamped a hand over her mouth. Stop it. Stop it right now. You want them to hear you? The scream choked off, turning into a muffled, desperate wail against her palm. We go, Patience said, her voice shaking now. Just a little. We go west. We follow the trail. To Zion. We just go. My father, Jedodiah said. He was staring at the smoke. My mother. They're up there. They're dead, Patience said. The words were flat. Cold stones from the creek bed. Everyone is dead, Jedodiah. We can't just. He shook his head. He looked sick. We can't just leave them. For the birds. We can, Patience said. We are. We're next if we stay. No. Jedodiah's face firmed up. That stubborn, pious look she knew. The look his father got before a long sermon. We are God's people. We don't leave our dead unburied. It's a sin. It's a sin to join them, Patience snapped. She let go of Ruth, who slid back down to sit in the mud, rocking, her arms wrapped around her knees. What are you going to bury them with? Your hands. That big book of yours. We'll find a shovel. Father had a shovel. I saw him with it. Father is ash, Jedodiah. The words hit him like a fist. He flinched, his eyes squeezing shut. He looked at Ruth, rocking, weeping, and his face crumpled. We have to say the words, he whispered. He was pleading now. Patience, please. We can't let them go without the words. Just for Bishop Hale. For my mother. We have to commit them. Patience looked up the bank. She saw the smoke. She saw the black line of the wagon box tilted against the sky. She saw a buzzard land. It hopped, heavy and awkward. She felt nothing. Just an empty, cold space where her fear had been. One, she said. Jedodiah looked up. What? One. You find one. Your father. We find him. We say the words. We cover him with rocks. Then we go. We go before dark. Or I go without you. He nodded, grabbing the compromise. Yes. Yes, all right. Just my father. And mother. If we can find her. One, Patience repeated. She grabbed Ruth's arm and hauled her to her feet. And if you see a soldier, if you see anything, you don't pray. You run. You understand me, Jed? You run. Jedodiah looked at the girl. She had mud in her hair and a wild, hard look in her eyes. This wasn't the Patience Abbott he knew. God forgive you, Patience, he whispered. Patience shoved him toward the bank. God's not here today, Jed. He's somewhere else. Now climb. Find your shovel. She put her hand on Ruth's back and forced her up the muddy bank, out of the shadows, and back into the white, blinding glare of the sun. The smell hit them full on, a physical blow. The smell of the end of the world. Chapter 3. Fort Smith smelled like pigs, sour mash, and unwashed bodies. It clung to the air, thick and wet, a sharp contrast to the dry, clean burn of the prairie. Eldridge Sample rode regulators straight down Garrison Avenue. He ignored the stairs. Ignored the whores calling from a hotel balcony. Ignored the drummer trying to sell patent hair tonic from a crate. He was a ghost at high noon. Caked in red-gray ash, his face a mask of trail dust, his eyes flat. He looked like he'd just ridden out of hell. He felt like it too. He dismounted in front of the federal courthouse. A squat, two-story stone building that looked more like a fort than a hall of justice. Men loitered on the steps. Drifters, lawyers in sweat-stained shirts, a deputy smoking a thin cigar. They watched him. Sample looped regulator's reins over the hitching post. He didn't pat the horse. He didn't wipe his face. He just walked. The deputies at the door, two young men with new badges, saw him coming. They shifted, their hands moving near their guns. Then they recognized him. They relaxed. One of them, a boy named Potter, nodded. Marshal. Sample didn't nod back. He pushed through the batwing doors. The inside was worse. A cauldron of noise. Men shouting, boots scraping on wooden floors, a clerk yelling out names. The air was dead. Stale tobacco smoke and fear. To the left, the courtroom. Men were packed in, standing room only, listening to a trial. To the right, the marshal's office. Sample went straight ahead, up the stairs, his spurs ringing quiet on the worn wood. Judge Isaac Parker's chambers were at the end of the hall. A private clerk, a small man with a green eyeshade, sat at a desk outside. He looked up, saw Sample, and opened his mouth. He's with. Sample didn't stop. He pushed the heavy oak door open and walked in. The room was full of paper. Stacks of warrants, depositions, law books. They covered the desk, the floor, the chairs. Behind the desk sat the judge. Isaac Parker. He was a big man, but the job was making him small, hollowing him out. He was writing, his pen scratching hard. He didn't look up. I'm busy, Marshal, Parker said. Sample walked to the desk. He reached into his saddlebag, the one he still carried, and pulled out the bugle. He placed it on the desk, right on top of a stack of indictments. The sound of the brass hitting the oak was loud in the small room. Parker stopped writing. He looked at the bugle. He looked at the engraving, F County's 7th Cavalry. He looked at the soot and ash caked in the bell. He looked at Sample's face. Where? Parker's voice was low. Red Creek. Over the line, Sample said. Wagon train. It wasn't a question. Mormons. Parker leaned back in his chair. The wood groaned. He rubbed his eyes hard, pinching the bridge of his nose. How many? All of them. 3 wagons. 20, maybe 30 souls. Women. Children. Burned them. Burned the wagons to the rims. The animals? Gone. Pockets turned out. They tried to make it look like a raid. But it wasn't. Sample just looked at him. Parker sighed. A long, tired sound. He tapped a piece of yellow paper on his desk. A telegraph, flimsy. Got a wire from Fort Gibson. An hour ago. From the post commander. He picked it up. Colonel Alistair Finch reports an engagement. West of the line. Hostile sectarians, he calls them. Claims his patrol was fired on. A running fight. He dispersed the hostiles and regrets to report 2 men killed in action. Sample stood there. He didn't move. His silence filled the room, louder than the noise from the court downstairs. Parker looked at him, his eyes sharp. You find any dead soldiers, Marshal? Any sign of a running fight? No. Found a man with a shovel. Found a girl's shoe. Found a stack of their Bibles. No return fire. No cartridges. Just execution. The judge dropped the flimsy. It fluttered to the desk. Finch. God help me, I knew that man was a curse. He thinks the army uniform makes him God. He's a murderer, Sample said. He's a hero, Parker countered, his voice hard. He's a colonel. He's the man who won the Battle of Prairie Grove, or so he tells everyone. The army is already investigating itself. They'll pin a medal on him before the ground is cold. It's cold now, Sample said. Parker stood. He walked to the window. The room overlooked the yard. Overlooked the gallows. The hell on the border machine. Parker stared at the beams. This isn't army business, Parker said, his back to Sample. This wasn't a battle. This was a massacre. And it happened in the territory. My jurisdiction. That makes it my business. He turned around. His face was set. The weariness was gone, replaced by a cold, hard anger. That makes it your business. He'll be at Gibson, Sample said. Guarded. Surrounded by his own men. He won't be there long. Parker's lip curled. Alistair Finch can't stand to be out of the newspapers. He'll be on another scout. Looking for more glory. He walked back to his desk. Pulled a blank warrant from a drawer. Dipped his pen. You want me to arrest a U.S. Army colonel, Sample stated. Parker's pen scratched. He didn't look up. I want you to serve this warrant. On one Alistair Finch. For the murders of 27 men, women, and children. Give or take. He signed his name with a flourish. Blue on the ink. His men won't let him go. I'm not paying you to argue with his men, Marshal. I'm paying you to bring him. Parker slid the warrant across the desk. Go to Gibson. If he's there, face him down. If he's not, find him. But you bring him back. To this court. Sample took the paper. Folded it. Put it in his breast pocket. He turned to leave. And Sample. Sample paused at the door, his hand on the knob. Parker's voice was ice. Alive. I want him standing in my courtroom. I want the world to see him tried. I don't want to read in some army report that he was killed while resisting arrest. Do you understand me? I understand, Sample said. Go then. Go bring me that peacock. Sample walked out. He didn't close the door. The clerk with the eye shade flinched as he passed. Sample walked down the stairs, back into the noise, back into the heat. The warrant felt heavy in his pocket. He untied regulator. He needed coffee. He needed sleep. He swung into the saddle and pointed the horse toward the river ferry. Fort Gibson was on the other side. Chapter 4. Fort Gibson was a patch of order stamped onto a world that didn't want it. The parade ground, baked brick hard by the sun, shimmered with heat. 3 companies of the 7th Cavalry stood in loose formation. Not a dress parade. Just men, called from their duties, their faces slick with sweat under the brims of their kepis. They squinted at the man standing on the porch of the commander's office. Colonel Alistair Finch. He didn't stand at a lectern. He stood easy, one hand resting on the hilt of his saber, the other on the porch rail. Sunlight caught the polished eagle on his buckle, the gold braid on his shoulders. He looked like he was born to stand in the sun. Captain Marcus Gallow stood 3 feet behind him, in the shade of the porch roof. The shade felt like a lie. He could still feel the heat. He could still smell the smoke in his memory. Then Finch began. His voice was a clear, confident tenor. It carried across the parade ground without a single crack. Men of the 7th. 2 days ago, a patrol under my command, including many of you, was tasked with a reconnaissance west of the line. A simple mission. To show the flag. to remind the lawless that the United States Army is ever watchful. Gallow stared at the back of Finch's head. The man's hair was perfect. Golden, cut just so. Gallow remembered the mud, thick and black, caked in a Mormon girl's hair. He blinked. "We did not find a simple mission," Finch continued, his voice rising, taking on the cadence of a sermon. "We found a viper's nest. A cult of armed fanatics, defying the laws of God and man, who thought their strange faith put them above the authority of this nation. They were given a chance to yield, to present themselves to the law." Gallow's hand twitched. A chance. The chance had been a single shouted order to halt, followed a second later by the bugle call to charge. There was no parley. There was no surrender. There was just the thunder of hooves and the screaming. And how did they answer? Finch's voice dropped, becoming a conspiratorial growl. They answered with rifle fire. A murmur ran through the assembled troopers. Gallow saw Sergeant O'Malley, a thick-necked Irishman with fists like mallets, nod his head, his face a mask of grim satisfaction. O'Malley believed it. Or he wanted to believe it. It made things easier. Gallow's memory offered a different answer. A single, panicked shot from a hunting rifle, fired high into the air by a boy who looked no older than 15. A boy who had dropped the rifle and raised his hands a second later. A boy O'Malley had ridden down without a second thought. "They thought the army was a plaything," Finch said, his voice soaring again. "They thought their numbers, their zealotry, would protect them. They learned a hard lesson. They learned that the wages of sedition is death. They learned that when you fire on the flag of the United States Cavalry, you reap a whirlwind." A few men cheered. A ragged, guttural sound. Gallow felt the bile rise in his throat. He swallowed it down. He looked at the faces of the men. Young troopers mostly. Boys from Ohio farms and Boston slums who came west looking for adventure. They looked proud. Finch was giving them a story they could tell. A story of a battle, not a slaughter. He remembered Shiloh. The hornet's nest. He'd been a lieutenant then, pinned down, a rebel ball shattering his leg. He was bleeding out in the mud, the world going gray, and then Finch was there. Colonel Finch on a white horse, a saber in one hand, a revolver in the other, rallying a broken line. He'd scooped Gallow up himself, thrown him over the saddle, and gotten him to the surgeons. "We don't leave our men, Captain," he'd said later, his uniform stained with Gallow's blood. Ever. How did that man become this man? Or had he always been this man, and Gallow had just refused to see it? "And though we mourn the loss of Corporal Davies and Trooper Flynn," Finch was saying, his voice now solemn, "we do not mourn them as victims. We honor them as heroes. They gave their lives to cleanse this territory of a poison, to ensure safe passage for decent, God-fearing folk." Cleanse. The word hung in the air. That's what it had felt like. An extermination. He remembered a woman trying to run, her long skirt tangling in her legs. He remembered the sound she made when the carbine slug hit her in the back. A soft, surprised grunt. Gallow looked down at his own hands. Gloved clean. He had fired his revolver. He had shouted orders. He had followed the colonel into the smoke and the chaos. He was a part of it. His loyalty, his debt from Shiloh, had been paid in blood. Someone else's blood. Finch finished. He raised his arm in a salute. For the regiment. For the United States. The cheer this time was real. It was loud. A roar that washed over the parade ground. The men broke formation, clustering in groups, talking, slapping each other on the back. They were heroes. The colonel had said so. Finch turned, a brilliant smile on his face. The sun hit him full on. He looked like a god. "A good word, well spoken, eh, Marcus?" he said, clapping Gallow on the shoulder. Gallow looked into Finch's eyes. They were bright blue, clear, and held no doubt. Not a flicker of it. He saw only triumph. Yes, sir, Gallow said. The words tasted like ash. A good word. Finch's smile widened. It's what they need. To know that what they did had meaning. That it was righteous. He leaned in closer. We are the agents of civilization, Marcus. Never forget that. Sometimes civilization requires a firm hand. Finch clapped his shoulder again, then strode off the porch, descending into the crowd of his adoring men like a king returning to his court. Gallow stayed in the shade. He watched the man who had saved his life. He saw the laughing, proud faces of the troopers. And all he could hear was the high, thin scream of a child. All he could see was a small rag doll lying face down in the dirt, a dark stain spreading across its back. He didn't move. He just stood there, a ghost at his own commander's victory celebration. Chapter 5. Eldridge Sample walked his horse across the parade ground. The Dun's hooves made no sound in the thick dust. The cheer from Finch's speech had faded, but the men were still gathered. They stood in knots of 3 and 4, smoking, spitting, reliving the battle their colonel had just handed them. They stopped talking when Sample passed. He felt their eyes. Not just curious. Hard. He was a civilian, a man with a badge that meant nothing here. He wore trail dust, not a uniform. He was the outside world. He was the man who didn't understand. Sample looked straight ahead. He saw the commander's building, a 2-story clapboard with a wide porch. He saw Captain Marcus Gallow standing in the shade, stiff as a post, watching him come. Sample stopped regulator at the hitching rail. He looped the reins. He didn't look at Gallow. He just walked up the steps, his spurs making a small, sharp ching on the wood. A corporal sat at a desk inside the door. He jumped to his feet. Can I help you, sir? Judge Parker's business, Sample said. He didn't stop. Sir, you can't just? Sample pushed the door to Finch's office open. The room smelled of cigar smoke and lemon oil. Alistair Finch sat behind a large mahogany desk, his polished boots crossed on top of it. He held a lit cigar in one hand. He was smiling. Captain Gallow had followed Sample in, and now stood by the door, his face pale. Well, well, Finch said. His voice was all charm. A visitor. And by the look of you, a dusty one. Captain, has this man stated his business? He says he's on Judge Parker's business, Gallow said. His voice was tight. Ah. The hanging judge. Finch smiled, showing perfect white teeth. He looked at Sample. And who precisely are you? U.S. Marshal Eldridge Sample. A marshal. Finch took a long draw from his cigar. He blew the smoke out slow. It hung in the hot, still air. I see. You're a process server, then. A clerk with a gun. What brings you so far from your little courtroom? Red Creek, Sample said. The smile on Finch's face didn't change, but his eyes went still. The engagement. Yes. A nasty bit of business. We lost 2 men. Good men. I was there, Sample said. This morning. Were you? Then you must have seen the bodies of my men. The evidence of the fight. I saw no dead soldiers, Sample said. No sign of a fight. I saw 30 or so men, women, and children. Executed. Finch's boots came off the desk. They hit the floor with a quiet thud. He leaned forward. The charm was still there, but it had a new edge. Marshal, you are speaking of a federal military action. An action I led. You are way out of your depth. I filed my report. The matter is concluded. I found this, Sample said. He reached into the saddlebag he still carried on his shoulder. He pulled out the bugle. He tossed it. It spun once in the air, catching the light, and landed on Finch's desk with a heavy clack. Gallow flinched. His hand went to his holster, then stopped. Finch looked at the bugle. F County, 7th Cavalry. He looked up at Sample. The smile was gone. His eyes were pieces of blue ice. Men lose equipment, Finch said, his voice flat. They lost it right next to a pile of dead women. My men were attacked, Finch said, his voice rising. Fired upon by armed fanatics. We returned fire. We subdued the threat. It was a battle. I found a man holding a shovel, Sample said. Another holding a book. I found a girl's shoe. You call that a threat? I call it sedition. Finch stood up. He was tall. He put his hands on his desk, leaning on them. He was all righteous anger now. You, sir, have no idea what it takes to secure this land. You sit in your saloon, serving your little papers while we bleed to make it safe. You don't get to question me. You don't get to walk into my post and accuse my men. I'm not accusing your men, Colonel. I'm accusing you. Sample reached into his breast pocket. He pulled out the warrant. He unfolded it. He placed it on the desk, right next to the bugle. Finch stared at the paper. He read his own name. He read the words, for the murders of. He laughed. It was not a pleasant sound. It was sharp, brittle. You are arresting me. That's the warrant, Sample said. A piece of paper. Finch looked at Gallow. Captain, did you hear this? This bailiff thinks he can arrest the commander of the 7th Cavalry on the word of that butcher Parker. The warrant is legal, Sample said, his voice quiet. Signed by a federal judge. Your post is in his jurisdiction. The murders were in his jurisdiction. I'm here to serve it. And what do you intend to do? Finch asked. He walked around the desk. He stood 2 feet from Sample. He was taller. He was clean. He smelled of lemon oil and smoke. Sample smelled of ash and sweat. Do you intend to put me in irons, Marshal? Do you think you'll walk me past my men? Past the men who fought with me? I intend to serve the warrant, Sample said. I'm asking you to come with me. Now, back to Fort Smith. This is insane. Finch was no longer smiling. His face was red. You are interfering with a United States Army officer in the performance of his duty. You're trespassing. Captain Gallow, remove this man from my office. If he resists, clap him in the stockade. Gallow looked at Sample. He looked at Finch. His hand was on his gun. He didn't know what to do. The warrant's for him, Captain, Sample said, not looking at Gallow. His eyes were locked on Finch. You put a hand on me. You're interfering with a federal warrant. That's a crime. I am the law here, Marshal, Finch spat. These men, this post. I am the authority. Your paper means nothing. Sample looked at Finch. He saw the rage. He saw the pride. He saw the man who believed his own story. He knew he wasn't taking him. Not today. Not from here. You've been served, Colonel, Sample said. He turned his back on Finch. He walked to the door. You're not leaving, Finch said, his voice low and dangerous. Sample stopped, his hand on the knob. He didn't turn around. You want to shoot me in the back, Colonel? In your own office? In front of your captain? Go ahead. See how that reads in the report. He waited. He heard Finch breathe. A hot, angry sound. He opened the door and walked out. He passed the nervous corporal. He walked back onto the porch, into the blinding sunlight. He walked down the steps, ching, ching, ching. The troopers on the parade ground watched him. He walked to regulator. He untied the reins. He swung into the saddle. He didn't look back. He rode straight past the gate guard, off the post, and onto the open prairie. Back in the office, the room was silent. Gallow hadn't moved. Finch stood there, staring at the open door. He was breathing hard. He walked back to his desk. He looked at the bugle. He looked at the warrant. The audacity, Finch whispered. He picked up the warrant. He read it again. He saw his name. He saw the word murder. "Sir," Gallow said, his voice a croak. "Find out where he's going," Finch said, his voice cold, controlled. "Find out where he sleeps. Who he talks to." What are you going to do?" Finch looked up. His blue eyes were clear again. But the charm was gone. All gone. "He thinks his paper protects him. He thinks the law is a shield. He's a fool." He crumpled the warrant in his fist. "The man is a relic. And he just made himself an obstacle. We remove obstacles, Captain. That is what we do." Chapter 6. The sun had burned the world white. Jedodiah Hale felt it pressing on his eyelids, even when he blinked. He licked his lips. They tasted like salt and dust. The last of the water was a memory, a cool ghost in his throat from hours ago. The canteen hanging from his shoulder was a hollow gourd, clanking empty against his hip with every step. "The trail was here," he said. His voice was a dry crackle. "I remember the bishop pointing it out. He said it would lead us straight to the Cimarron." Patience Abbott didn't look at him. She didn't look at anything but the shimmering line where the white sky met the baked red dirt. "The trail is gone, Jed. The soldiers' horses tore it up. There's nothing." Between them, Ruth Mills stumbled. A dead weight. They each held one of her arms, half dragging her. Ruth's head was down, her bonnet hiding her face. She hadn't spoken since morning. She just walked where she was pulled, her feet scuffing the dirt. A walking doll, filled with straw. "God will provide a sign," Jedodiah said. "God needs to provide some water," Patience shot back. "Look." She pointed a thin, sunburnt finger. "There's a rise. Maybe a mile. We get high, we can see. We should rest. Pray for guidance. We can pray while we walk." She yanked on Ruth's arm. "Come on." They walked. The only sound was the scrape of their shoes and Jedodiah's quiet, desperate muttering. Patience tuned it out. It was just noise, like the buzz of the horseflies that circled their heads. She focused on the rise. It never seemed to get any closer. The heat played tricks. The hill would shimmer, flatten out, then reappear, a promise that kept moving away. 2 miles south, a man named Quint lay on his belly behind a scrim of sun-scorched sage. He lowered a brass spyglass. The metal was hot enough to brand him. "Well now, Mabry," he said, not turning. "Look what the Lord's seen fit to deliver." Mabry, a big man with a face like a sack of lumpy potatoes, chewed on a piece of jerky. He didn't have a spyglass. His eyes were good enough. Just 3 of them. "Walkin'." "A boy and 2 fillies," Quint said. He had a thin, greasy mustache and teeth stained yellow. "The one in the middle looks rode hard and put away wet." "They got a horse?" Mabry asked. His voice was slow, thick. "Don't see one. Don't see no packs to speak of." Quint focused the spyglass. "But that boy, he's wearing decent boots. And the skinny girl, the one pullin', she's got a fire in her." He watched Patience stop, look back, then tug the other girl forward. "Yeah. She's the one keepin' him pointed." "What did they have?" Mabry asked. "Hard to say from here. People like that, Mormons maybe, sometimes they sew their money into their clothes. Gold coin." Quint pushed the spyglass closed with a soft click. "And water. They gotta have a canteen. Even if it's empty, we need another." "We ain't got much," Mabry said. "That's why we're gonna ask 'em to share," Quint said, a slow smile spreading under his mustache. Polite-like. He crawled back from the ridge. "Get the horses. We'll circle around. Come at 'em from the west. With the sun behind us." Patience stopped. She let go of Ruth's arm. Jedodiah stopped with her. "What is it?" he asked. "I don't know." She scanned the horizon. Nothing. Just the endless empty pan of the earth. But she felt it. A prickle. The same feeling she'd had in the creek bed, just before she heard the soldiers laugh. Something's wrong. It's the heat, Jedodiah said. It's playing with your mind. My mind's fine. She looked down. At their feet, a line of big black ants marched from a crack in the earth toward a dead beetle. They moved with purpose. They know where they're going. Patience. Shut up, Jed. She turned a full circle. Slow. Squinting. There. To the south. A puff of dust. A heat shimmer. She couldn't be sure. We need to get off the flat. The rise is the other way, he said, pointing. I don't care. We need cover. She looked around. There was nothing. Not a tree. Not a rock bigger than a man's head. They were ants on a hot skillet. Ruth moaned. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed, a heap of calico and dust. Ruth. Jedodiah knelt beside her. He touched her forehead. It was burning. She's got a fever. We have to stop. We stop here, we die here, Patience said. Look at her. Jedodiah cried, his voice cracking. We can't just kill her by walking. Patience looked down at Ruth's slack face. She looked toward the rise that never got closer. She looked back to the south, where she thought she saw the dust. The sun beat down. There was no right answer. Just choices. Bad and worse. All right, she said. She slumped to the ground, her own legs giving out. All right. A few minutes. Jedodiah pulled the empty canteen from his shoulder. He unscrewed the cap and tilted it over Ruth's lips. A single, lukewarm drop fell out. He looked at it, his face a mask of despair. That's when they heard it. The soft thump-thump of horses walking. Patience was on her feet in an instant. Her heart hammered against her ribs. She looked west. 2 riders. Coming right for them. They were just shapes at first, black figures swimming in the glare of the setting sun. They weren't soldiers. They wore floppy hats, dusty clothes. They kept coming. Slow. Easy. Like they had all the time in the world. Jedodiah stood up, shielding Ruth. He tried to look brave. He just looked young. And scared. The riders stopped 20 yards away. One sat on a tall bay. The other on a squat, mean-looking sorrel. The man on the bay, the one with the mustache, touched the brim of his hat. Afternoon, folks, Quint said. His voice was friendly. Too friendly. Hot day for a stroll. He looked at Ruth, lying on the ground. Looks like you folks might be in a bit of a pickle. Patience said nothing. She watched his hands. She watched his partner's hands. Mabry just sat there chewing, his eyes small and flat. We were just wondering, Quint said, his smile widening, if you might have a little water to spare for a couple of thirsty travelers. Chapter 7. The sutler's store at Fort Gibson smelled like everything old. Stale beer, cheap tobacco, dust, new leather, and the sour tang of men who'd been sweating in wool uniforms all day. Flies buzzed lazy circles under the hanging kerosene lamps. It was the only place a man could get a drink without pretending it was for medicinal purposes. Captain Marcus Gallow sat at a table in the back corner. The wood under his hands was sticky. He had a glass of whiskey. The kind that came in an unmarked barrel, cost 2 bits and burned all the way down. It wasn't working. He'd finished the first one in 2 swallows. This second one was going slow. He stared into the amber liquid. He saw the fire. He saw the red water in the creek. He saw the pop of the hunting rifle, high and thin, a question. Then he saw the answer. A full company volley. The sound of it. A solid wall of noise that tore the world apart. A shadow fell over his table. Captain Gallow, sir? Gallow looked up. Lieutenant Penn. Barely 20. His uniform was too new. The wool still held its crease. He had a thin, hopeful mustache that looked like a misplaced caterpillar. He held a tin cup of beer. "Mind if I join you, sir?" Penn asked. He was eager. He was one of Finch's biggest admirers. Gallow wanted to say yes, he minded. He wanted to be left alone with the heat and the bad whiskey. He just grunted. "Suit yourself, Lieutenant." Penn slid onto the bench opposite. He sat up straight, like he was still on parade. "That was quite a speech today, sir," Penn said, taking a nervous sip of his beer. "The Colonel. He has a way with words. Rousing. Truly." Gallow said nothing. He lifted his glass. The whiskey was hot. He swallowed. Penn, missing the silence, leaned in. His eyes were bright. "And the action, sir? At the creek. Decisive. I've been reading up on the regulations. It was a model engagement. Exactly what the manuals call for when faced with armed insurrection." Gallow's hand stopped, his glass halfway to his mouth. Insurrection. He remembered the old man. The one with the long white beard. He'd stepped out from behind the wagon, his hands up. He was holding a piece of white cloth. A dish towel, maybe. He was shouting something. "We surrender. Don't shoot. We have children." Gallow had heard him. He was close enough. He'd seen Finch, 10 yards to his right, raise his revolver. Not at the old man. He fired into the air. The signal. Then the bugle, and O'Malley's carbine and the volley. "You read that in a manual, Penn?" Gallow's voice was rough. "Well, sir." Penn looked flustered. "The principle of it. Overwhelming force against a hostile, dug-in position." Dug in. Gallow let the word hang in the air. He finally looked at the lieutenant. His eyes were dark, hollowed out. They were behind wagons, Penn. Wagons full of frying pans and Bibles. One old man had a squirrel gun. Penn's smile faltered. This wasn't the conversation he'd expected. "Sir, the colonel's report was clear. They were armed. They fired first. We were ambushed." Gallow let out a short, harsh breath. It wasn't a laugh. He drained his glass and set it down on the sticky table. The thud was loud in the quiet store. He signaled the sutler, a fat man in a dirty apron, for another. "The colonel's report," Gallow repeated. He stared at the empty glass. "You were there, Penn. On the left flank. What did you see?" Penn shifted on the bench. He wouldn't meet Gallow's eyes. He looked down at his own clean, soft hands wrapped around his beer cup. "I saw what everyone saw, sir. A hard fight. We charged. They broke. We pursued." Pursued. Gallow's third whiskey arrived. He didn't touch it. "That's what we're calling it. Pursued." He remembered the woman. The one running for the creek. The one he'd seen Patience Abbott trying to help. She had on a yellow dress. She'd stumbled. He'd seen Sergeant O'Malley rein in, take deliberate aim with his carbine and fire. A clean shot. In the back. O'Malley had even whistled a little tune as he rode on. Penn, desperate to change the subject, tried a different tack. "The colonel, sir. He's a true leader. Like out of a book. He saved your life at Shiloh, didn't he?" Gallow's head snapped up. His eyes were flat. "Dangerous. Who told you that?" "Oh, everyone knows, sir," Penn said quickly, sensing his mistake. It's a legend in the 7th. How he rode back into the fire for you. How he values loyalty. Above all. Loyalty." Gallow picked up the fresh glass. He held it. The word felt heavy. He remembered Finch's face at Shiloh. Grim, bloody, determined. A savior. He saw Finch's face on the porch. Clean, smiling, triumphant. A liar. "He does value that," Gallow said, his voice barely a whisper. "Sir." Gallow looked at the young lieutenant. At his clean uniform. His eager, stupid face. You know what loyalty is, Pen? It's that third whiskey. You drink it, even though you know it's poison. You drink it because the man who saved you poured it. Pen just stared. He didn't understand. Go on, Lieutenant, Gallow said. He waved a hand. Go finish your beer. Read your manual. You're doing fine. Yes, sir. Pen stood up, clumsy in his haste. He left his beer, half full, on the table. Good night, sir. He hurried out of the store, back into the night air. Gallow was alone again. The flies buzzed. He picked up the third whiskey. He remembered the old man with the white cloth. He'd had a clear shot. At O'Malley. At Finch, even. He could have stopped it. He could have shouted. He could have done something. He hadn't. He had sat his horse. He had watched the man who saved his life break every rule of God and war. And he had done nothing. He drank the whiskey. It burned. But it was just whiskey. It couldn't touch the other fire, the one burning behind his eyes. He stood, his chair scraping on the floor. He walked to the counter, threw down a coin. Give me the bottle, he said to the sutler. The sutler nodded. He'd seen that look before. He handed it over. Gallow walked out into the dark, the bottle heavy in his hand. Loyalty. It was a heavy thing, all right. Heavy as a stone. And it was dragging him right to the bottom. Chapter 8. The ferryman who took Sample back across the Arkansas River was a talker. He talked about the heat, the price of corn, and the soldiers from the fort who drank too much and never paid their tabs. Sample just nodded, his eyes on the far bank. He had the warrant in his pocket, and a bad taste in his mouth. A warrant was just paper. You couldn't stop a bullet with paper. He didn't ride back to Fort Smith. He paid the ferryman and turned regulator south, following the sluggish brown river into the heart of the Creek Nation. The sun was a hot weight. He rode for 2 hours, the only sound the creak of his saddle and the buzz of insects in the tall grass. He found the cabin where he expected to. It sat alone in a stand of blackjack oak, a thin curl of smoke rising from its mud and stick chimney. A dog with ribs showing barked once, then saw who it was and went back to sleep in the shade. A man was sitting on a 3-legged stool by the door, scraping a deer hide stretched on a frame. He worked with a tool made from a piece of sharpened cannon barrel, his movements smooth and efficient. He was Creek. His hair was long and black, tied back with a leather thong. He wore canvas trousers and a faded blue shirt, the kind the Army gave their Indian scouts and then charged them for. He didn't look up when Sample dismounted. Billy, Sample said. Billy Beaver kept scraping. Marshal. He grunted as he pulled a tough piece of gristle from the hide. You're a long way from your gallows. I need a man who sees the ground, Sample said. Billy stopped. He set the scraper down. He looked at Sample. His eyes were dark and missed nothing. He saw the dust on Sample, the way he stood, the tightness around his mouth. The ground's always here. It's the men who get lost. He picked up a tin cup from the dirt, walked to a water barrel, and ladled some out. He held it out to Sample. Sample took the cup. The water was warm and tasted of wood, but it was wet. He drank it all. Colonel Alistair Finch, Sample said, handing the cup back. Billy's eyebrows went up. Just a fraction. The Golden Colonel. The one who makes the newspapers. He went back to his stool. Picked up the scraper. He get lost. He murdered a wagon full of Mormons. Women and children, Sample said. Called it a battle. I have a warrant for him. A warrant. Billy almost smiled. You gonna show him that paper? He's gonna tip his hat and ride to Fort Smith with you. He's running, Sample said. He thinks he's on a scout. Chasing glory. I need to find him before his men do. Billy went back to his hide. Scrape. Scrape. The sound was rhythmic. Light horse business is creek business. A white colonel killin' white pilgrims, that ain't my trouble. I'll make it your trouble, Sample said. $10 a day. In coin. Scrape. Scrape. And a new Henry rifle. From the evidence locker. The one they took off that whiskey runner last month. It's got the brass receiver. Billy stopped scraping. He looked at the hide, then at his old trapdoor Springfield leaning against the cabin wall. He looked at the sun, low in the west. His men are looking for him? They will be, Sample said. To warn him. Or help him. So we find him first, just you and me. And you take him. And they come after you. Billy shook his head. That's a bad trade, Marshal. Even for a new rifle. It's the job, Sample said. Billy stood up. He walked over to the hide and ran a hand over it. It was almost clean. The job gets you killed. A Henry rifle can't shoot your ghost. He looked back at Sample. He's a colonel. Vain. He'll ride a good horse. A showy one. He won't ride for cover. He'll ride for a view. He walked into the cabin. Came back out with a saddle and the trapdoor. The rifle first, Billy said, throwing the saddle over a pinto tied behind the cabin. You have it sent to the agency office. My name on it. Done, Sample said. And the $10 a day, Billy said, cinching the saddle tight. Starts now. They rode out, heading north, back towards Fort Gibson. They didn't talk. When they were a mile from the post, Billy reined in. He dismounted. Sample watched as he walked in a slow circle, his eyes on the ground. The tracks of dozens of cavalry horses churned the dirt. Billy hunkered down. He pointed. One horse left here. This mornin'. Alone. He traced the line of a single hoof print with his finger. Not your horse. This one's shod new. Army blacksmith. See how the nails are perfect? He stood and looked west where the trail led. He thinks he's clever. That he's a hunter. Billy looked at Sample, and this time he did smile. It was a thin, hard thing. A soldier's tracks are full of pride, Billy said. They don't hide well. He swung onto his pinto. He looked at the trail, then at the setting sun. We'll catch him by the Canadian River. He'll want to camp where he can see his own reflection in the water. Chapter 9. The man with the mustache, Quint, kept smiling. It was a wet, yellow-toothed smile that didn't touch his eyes. His eyes were small like dirty little coins, and they moved. They looked at Jedodiah, at Ruth on the ground, and then they stayed on Patience. Water, Quint said again, his voice like oil on sand. You folks heard me. We're just asking to share. Jedodiah stood over Ruth. He tried to make his voice firm. It came out as a dry croak. We have none, sir. We are in need ourselves. We're survivors of an attack. An attack? Quint's eyes lit up. He feigned concern. Well now, that sounds terrible. He swung his leg over his saddle and dropped to the ground. He was taller than Jedodiah, but thin. A wire-thin man who smelled like old sweat and bad whiskey. His partner, Mabry, just sat his horse, his eyes flat, chewing. We have nothing, Jedodiah repeated. In the name of God, we're just trying to get to. God ain't out here, Quint said. He took a step closer. He wasn't smiling now. But I am. He saw the empty canteen at Jedodiah's hip. He pointed. Let's just see for ourselves, boy. It's empty, Jedodiah said, his hand flying to the canteen, guarding it. Then you won't mind me looking, Quint said. He reached out and grabbed the front of Jedodiah's shirt. He yanked him forward. Spooky, ain't he? Now give it here. Mabry on the horse shifted. He unhooked the leather thong on his holster. He didn't draw. He just made it easy. Please. Jedodiah struggled, but he was weak from thirst. His feet shuffled in the dust. We have nothing." "Shut up," Quint said. He raised his other hand to backhand him. Patience moved. She hadn't said a word. She'd been standing, her hands clenched at her sides, watching. She watched Quint's eyes. She watched Mabry's hand. She'd made a calculation. As Quint's hand came up, she lunged. Not at his face. Not at his gun. In her fist, she palmed a piece of dark green glass. A thick shard from a whiskey bottle she'd found back at the wagons. She'd kept it, thinking it might be useful to cut cloth. Now, she used it to cut a man. She stepped in fast, under Quint's raised arm, and ripped the jagged edge of the glass across the back of his hand. The one that held Jedodiah's shirt. She put all her weight into it. It wasn't a slice. It was a tear. Glass on skin. Skin on bone. Quint screamed. It was a high, shocked sound. A pig's squeal. He let go of Jedodiah. He stumbled back, staring at his hand. Blood didn't just drip. It gushed, dark and thick, over his knuckles. "Goddamn," he shrieked, clutching his wrist. You bitch. You cut me." Jedodiah stared, frozen. Mabry cursed, fumbling for his gun. "Quint, you fool." Quint, blind with rage and pain, pulled his own revolver with his good hand. "I'll kill her. I'll kill 'em all." Patience didn't wait. "Run, Jed," she screamed. She shoved him hard. "Get Ruth. Run for the rise." The gunshot cracked the air. Quint fired wild. The bullet kicked up dust 10 feet to their left. Jedodiah, jolted into action, grabbed Ruth by the arm. He hauled her to her feet. Ruth, hearing the shot, started to scream. A thin bird-like wail. Jedodiah just ran, dragging her, half carrying her, scrambling up the loose scree of the low hill. "Shoot him, Mabry!" Quint yelled, his face white, his shirt sleeve turning dark red. "Shoot the horse thievin'." Mabry raised his pistol, trying to get a bead on the fleeing figures. His horse, spooked by the gunshot and Ruth screaming, danced sideways. Patience didn't follow Jedodiah. She bent low, scooped up 2 handfuls of the fine white alkali dust, and threw it. Hard. Right at the face of Mabry's horse. The horse screamed. A high, terrified sound. It reared, shaking its head, the dust in its eyes and nose. Mabry, caught off guard, was thrown off balance. He dropped his pistol, grabbing the saddle horn with both hands to keep from being thrown. "Whoa! Damn you, whoa!" he roared. Patience didn't look back. She turned and ran, her legs pumping, scrambling up the rise. She could hear Quint firing again, crack, crack, the bullets whining past her head. She dove over the crest, landing hard on her stomach, skidding in the gravel. She looked back. Jedodiah was 20 yards ahead, dragging Ruth, who had fallen to her knees. "Get up!" Patience shrieked. Down below, Mabry had his horse under control. He was off it, grabbing his pistol from the dust. Quint was on his knees, trying to wrap his bloody hand with his neckerchief. "Get on your horse, you idiot!" Mabry bellowed at him. "They're getting away." "She cut me to the bone," Quint wailed. "They can't run far," Mabry growled. He put a foot in his stirrup and swung up. He looked at the rise, his face a mask of cold fury. "And this time, we ain't gonna talk." Patience grabbed Jedodiah's shirt. "He's right. We can't run. We have to hide." She looked around, her eyes wild. There was nothing. Just more sun. More dirt. And the sound of a horse, coming hard. Chapter 10. They rode west from the fort, 2 riders cutting a line across the empty. Sample's dun regulator moved with a steady, ground-eating walk. Billy Beaver's pinto jigged sideways, full of nervous energy, like it tasted the air and wanted to be somewhere else. Billy rode 10 yards ahead, his eyes not on the horizon, but on the world at his feet. He was a man, reading a book written in a language Sample didn't know. Sample just watched Billy's back. That was the job for now. They found the spot, an hour out. The ground was a mess, churned by the patrol Finch had led back in. Dozens of horses. Billy pulled up. He dismounted in one fluid motion. Sample waited in the saddle. The sun hammered his shoulders. The leather of his saddle was hot to the touch. Billy walked in a slow circle. He ignored the mess. He walked out to the edge of it, hunkering down, his fingers tracing patterns in the dust. He looked like a man praying. He was, in a way, praying to the ground to tell him its secrets. He stood, walked 20 feet north, hunkered again. He picked up a pinch of dirt, let it sift through his fingers. He looked at a broken blade of prairie grass. He went this way, Billy said. He didn't point. He just knew. Sample rode over. The patrol. No. Billy stood up. He walked back to the center of the churned tracks. The patrol came back like loud drunk men. They rode hard. They were happy. He kicked at the dirt. See. They're all on top of each other. In a hurry to get to the whiskey. He walked back to the spot he'd found first. This one. He's alone. Sample dismounted. He looked at the track. It was just a hoof print. Look, Billy said. He pointed with a long brown finger. He's separate. He left after them. He rode over their trail. Sample looked closer. Billy was right. A single set of tracks, sharp and clear, cutting across the chaos. And look here. Billy pointed at the print itself. Army Smith. Good nails. He then pointed to the rim. But this horse favors its left front. Just a little. And the shoe is set to make it look even. See the high edge on the outside. This ain't a trooper's mule. This is a show horse. A parade horse. Cost money. Finch, Sample said. Finch, Billy agreed. He looked west into the glare. He didn't go back with his men. He didn't want their noise. He wanted to be alone with his victory. Billy swung back onto his pinto. They rode. The trail was easy to follow for Billy. For Sample, it was invisible. Billy never hesitated. He followed the single line of tracks as if it were a road paved in yellow brick. They rode for 2 hours. The land changed. It broke into low hills, red rock, and stunted cedar. Finch's trail didn't take the easy way. It didn't follow the draws. It stayed on the high ridges. Billy pulled up again. He pointed down into a valley. The Canadian River is down there. The easy water. Fast way west. He's not taking it, Sample said. No. Billy spat into the dust. He's stayin' up here. He wants the view. He wants to look down on the world. Man like that, he thinks he's an eagle. Thinks the rest of us are mice. I just care where he's going, Sample said. He's going where he can feel good about himself. They pushed on. The heat was a physical thing, a heavy blanket that smothered the air. Regulator's hide was dark with sweat. Sample felt a bead of it roll from his hatband down his temple. He ignored it. Late afternoon, they found the creek. A thin ribbon of water, muddy and slow, shaded by a few thirsty cottonwoods. The tracks led right to it. Billy dismounted before his horse even stopped. He moved to the bank. The mud was wet, sucked at his boots. He was here. Not long ago. An hour. Maybe less. Sample scanned the trees. Empty. Quiet. Just the buzz of a horsefly. Billy was poking at the mud near a tree root. He bent down. Picked something up. He brushed the mud off it, careful. It was a cigar. Half-smoked. A dark, expensive-looking wrapper. He held it up to his nose. Sniffed. Good tobacco, he said. Comes in a cedar box with a paper label. Not the kind a trooper buys. The kind a colonel gets sent from back east. He looked at the tracks in the mud. The horse had stood stock still for a long time. He sat here, right on this log, smoked his cigar, watched the water, probably saw his own face looking back at him. Billy looked up at Sample. The thin, hard smile was back. He's not worried. He's on a holiday. A glory ride. Sample took the cigar butt. It was still damp. He crushed it in his fist and threw the pieces into the water. He's not on holiday anymore. No, Billy said. He stood, wiping the mud from his hands onto his trousers. He's being hunted. He walked to his pinto and swung into the saddle. He didn't look back to see if Sample was following. He just kicked the horse into a trot, his eyes fixed on the trail leading out of the creek bed. The hunt is on, Marshal. Chapter 11. The dispatch rider's horse was done. It stood at the hitching rail, head down, legs splayed, its hide a map of dried sweat and lather. The rider, a corporal from Fort Reno, looked just as bad. He'd killed the horse to get there. He sat in Major Breen's office, drinking water from a dipper, his eyes blank with exhaustion. Major. I was told, dispatch from department. Urgent. Major Philemon Breen took the oilskin pouch. He was a short, thick-bodied man, a fireplug of compressed loyalty. He lived and breathed for two things, the 7th Cavalry and Alistair Finch. He tore the pouch open. Captain Marcus Gallow stood by the window, looking out at the heat. He'd been called in for a duty roster, but he knew this was something else. The air in the room was too tight. Breen's face went dark. A deep, mottled red that started at his thick neck and climbed to his hairline. He read the dispatch. Then he read the second paper, a flimsy copy of a federal warrant. He put both papers on his desk. He looked at them. He looked at the corporal. Get this man to the mess, Breen growled at his clerk. And see to his horse. If it's still standing. The corporal staggered out. The clerk followed. The door shut. Gallow turned from the window. Sir. That civilian, Breen said. His voice was a low grate, like stone on stone. That. Marshal. He wasn't blowing smoke. Sample, Gallow said. He was here. In the colonel's office. Finch told me he ran him off. Laughed about it. Breen tapped the warrant with a thick finger. He wasn't bluffing. Judge Parker. For murder. Gallow felt nothing. It was like hearing news about a stranger in a faraway country. He'd seen the warrant. He'd seen Sample's face. He'd seen Finch's. He'd known this was coming. That's not the worst of it. Breen picked up the other dispatch. From the department commander in St. Louis. The politicians heard. Parker screamed loud enough. They're concerned. They've opened an inquiry. Breen paced. One step. Turn. One step. Turn. They're ordering the colonel confined to this post. Pending investigation. They're ordering me, he spat the word, to render full assistance to the U.S. Marshal's office. Finch isn't here, Gallow said. The words were flat. Obvious. You think I don't know that? Breen snapped. He stopped pacing. He stared at Gallow. His eyes were small, hot, and calculating. He was weighing Gallow. Weighing the debt from Shiloh against the look on Gallow's face after Red Creek. No, he's not. He's on a scout. A scout I countersigned the orders for. And that Marshal is out there. Right now. Gallow waited. The order was coming. He could feel the shape of it. The department wants Finch confined here, Breen said, his voice careful. That's an army order. The Marshal wants him in Fort Smith. That's a civilian court. My duty, our duty, is to the army. To the regiment. What are your orders, Major? Breen liked that. Simple. Military. He stepped close to Gallow. You will take a patrol. 6 men. Good ones. Men you trust. He paused. Take Sergeant O'Malley. He's motivated. Gallow's stomach tightened. O'Malley. The man with the whistle. Sir, O'Malley is. O'Malley is a loyal soldier, Breen cut in, his voice hard. Which is what I need. You will ride west. You will find your colonel. You will inform him of the situation. You will inform him that he is ordered back to this post. Under your escort. My orders are to find the colonel and bring him back, Gallow repeated. A simple retrieval. That, Breen said, is your order. Gallow looked at the warrant on the desk. And the marshal? What if he finds him first? Breen's face was stone. Your order is to find Colonel Finch. This dispatch, he slapped the paper, says I must assist the marshal. It says nothing about you. If you find Sample before you find the colonel, you will remind him that he is interfering with an army matter. That the colonel is wanted on post. And if Sample already has him. Breen's eyes were flat. Dead. The colonel is an officer of the 7th Cavalry. He is not going to stand in Parker's civilian court. He is not going to be hanged by some backwoods judge. You will retrieve your commanding officer. By whatever means you deem necessary. It was a pretzel. An order to obstruct justice, wrapped in an order to follow orders. It was a lie, told with a straight face. Gallow thought of the woman in the yellow dress. He thought of the debt he owed Finch for his life. The debt. The woman. They pulled at him, ripping him down the middle. Do you understand me, Captain? Breen's voice was a low threat. Gallow's face was a mask. He could follow the order. Or he could refuse. Refusing meant a court-martial. It meant the end of his career. It meant what? Justice. What was that? He came to attention. His voice was wood. My orders are to find Colonel Finch and return him to Fort Gibson. I understand, sir. Breen's shoulders relaxed. He'd made the right choice. Gallow was a soldier, after all. Good. Good. He waved at the door. Pick your men. Ride fast. That marshal has a full day's lead. Gallow turned. He walked out of the office, into the blinding white light of the parade ground. He had his orders. He went to find Sergeant O'Malley. He felt sick. He didn't know if he was riding to save Finch or to arrest him. He just knew he was riding. Chapter 12. The sun was a pale smear in a purple-gray sky. The air, finally, had a chill in it. Sample pulled his jacket tighter. He hadn't slept. He hadn't eaten anything but a piece of hardtack he'd been carrying for a week. He didn't feel tired. He just felt wound-tight. Regulator plodded on. The horse was tired. Sample could feel it in the heavy way it moved, the way it stumbled on loose rock. Billy Beaver, 20 yards ahead, was a shadow. He'd been riding in that same spot for hours. He hadn't said a word. He just followed the trail. The man was part of his pinto. They moved as one animal. Sample rode up beside him. Billy didn't look over. He's pushing his horse, Sample said. He thinks he's going somewhere, Billy said. His voice was flat. He's just going. He knows, Sample said. He knows I'm coming. Billy finally turned his head. His eyes in the near dark were just holes. He don't know we're comin'. He knows you are. He thinks you're one man. One white man with a piece of paper. He ain't worried. He's just annoyed. He's still running. He's not running. Billy pointed. The trail, still visible to him, went straight up a hard rock ridge. Running men hide. They ride in water. They cross track. This man, he's just riding fast. He's angry. An angry man leaves a loud trail. They rode in silence for another mile. The first star came out. Sharp. Like a pinprick in the gray. "You were at Shiloh," Billy said. It wasn't a question. Sample's hands tightened on the reins. "I was. Saw men like him there," Billy said. "The ones who liked it. The ones who wore the sash and carried the bright sword. They'd get their own men killed, just to take a little piece of offense." "Finch was there," Sample said. "He was a hero. Or so they said." "Hero," Billy said. He tasted the word. "You kill 1,000 men, you're a hero. You kill one, you're a murderer. You kill 30 women, what's that make you?" Sample didn't have an answer. He just watched the ridge get closer. "This man," Billy said, "he thinks he's still at Shiloh. He thinks he's still killin' rebels. Thinks it makes him clean. But he ain't at Shiloh. He's in my land. And he's just a man who likes to kill." "You talk a lot for $10 a day," Sample said. Billy laughed. A dry, quiet sound. "The Henry rifle. That's what I'm talking for. The $10 is for the dust. The rifle, that's for the conversation." He pulled his Pinto to a halt. "What?" Sample asked. Billy slid off his horse. He knelt, putting his palm flat on the ground. He stopped. Sample dismounted. He felt the ground. Nothing. Just cool rock. "His horse is tired," Billy said. "He pushed it too hard. It's standin' now. Right up there." He pointed to the top of the ridge, a black line against the last of the light. He made a fire. Sample sniffed the air. He smelled the cedar. The dust. "I don't smell it." "Not a wood fire." He lit a cigar. Billy stood up. "He's close. We walk from here." "And the horses?" "They stay. He hears a horse, he knows. He hears a boot on a rock. He just thinks it's a coon." "You want to walk up on Alistair Finch. In the dark. A man who just killed 30 people." "No," Billy said. He pulled his trapdoor Springfield from its scabbard. The metal made a soft shing sound. "You want to. You got the paper. I'm just here to make sure you get to show it to him." "And for the rifle," Sample said. "And for the rifle," Billy agreed. "He's up there. Thinking he's an eagle. We're gonna find out he's just a man." Sample pulled his own Winchester. The rifle felt heavy. Solid. He looked at Billy. The Creek's face was unreadable. He wasn't scared. He wasn't angry. He was just working. "Let's go, Marshal," Billy said, and he started to climb, moving silent as a snake over the rock. "Let's go earn my pay." Chapter 13. The dark was coming. It bled into the corners of the sky, turning the white-hot day into a bruised purple. They had been running, then walking, then stumbling since they'd scrambled over the rise. The drifters, Quint and Mabry, were a memory, but the fear they left was a new skin. Jedodiah fell. It wasn't a trip. His legs just quit. He went down in a heap, pulling Ruth with him. Patience, her arm hooked in Ruth's other, was yanked to a halt. The dust settled around them. "Get up, Jed." Her voice was a rasp. She didn't have spit left to talk. "I can't." He was on his hands and knees. His shoulders shook. "I can't. We're done. This is it." "This is not it." She kicked his boot. "Get up." Ruth moaned. A low animal sound. Her eyes were half open, caked with dust. She was burning up. Patience felt the heat coming off her skin. She needs. Jedodiah whispered, his forehead on the ground. "Water." "Then look." Patience pointed. He raised his head. He squinted into the dusk. A shape. Low and dark against the last light. A sod-roofed building. A trading post. Smoke, thin as a thread, curled from a tin chimney. Is it real?" Jedodiah's voice cracked. It's wood, Patience said. Wood and dirt. It's real. She hauled Ruth to her feet. Help me. We're not crawling. We walk. They half-carried, half-dragged Ruth the last 100 yards. They collapsed against the rough-cut plank wall of the post. It was the first solid thing they had touched in 2 days. The wood was solid. It was real. A dog barked. A mean choking sound. The door, made of mismatched boards, opened a crack. A sliver of yellow lamplight cut the dusk. A man's eye, and the twin black holes of a shotgun. Get on, a voice said. Flat. Tired. Jedodiah pushed himself up. He put his hands out. Please. Sir. We were attacked. We need water. In the name of God, please. The door opened wider. The man stepped out. He was short, built like a barrel, with a matted gray beard and a face that looked like it had been carved from old wood. He held the greener shotgun level at his hip. He didn't look at Jedodiah. He looked at Ruth, slumped between them. She sick? He asked. She got the pox. No, Patience said. The word was a croak. She's beat. Like us. We just need water. Water's 5 cents a dipper, the man said. I see no money. We have none, Jedodiah said. The men who attacked us. Ain't my trouble, the man said. He spat a stream of tobacco juice. It landed near Jedodiah's foot. Last folks who came through here. Kiowa said they was in need. Stole 3 blankets and my best mule. He gestured with the shotgun. Go on. The trail's that way. We can't, Jedodiah said. He started to cry. Weak, dry sobs. Patience looked at the man. She saw the shotgun. She saw the deadness in his eyes. He wasn't a bad man. He was just a man who was done. She knew that feeling. She looked past him through the open door. She saw the inside of the post. A mess. Sacks of flour, barrels, a counter. On the counter, a pile of tack. A mule's harness, the breeching strap torn, the leather stiff and cracked. You're alone, Patience said. Her voice was stronger now. The man Corbett flinched. What of it? That harness. She pointed. It's busted. You need it for your freight. You can't fix it. Not right. Corbett's eyes narrowed. What do you know about it? I know stitching. Patience let go of Ruth. Jedodiah caught her, stumbling, but held her up. Patience held up her hands. They were caked in blood, mud, and blisters. But she held them steady. My father was a cobbler. Before the call. I can sew leather. I can fix that harness. I can fix it tonight. Make it stronger than new. Corbett looked at her hands. He looked at the harness on his counter. He needed that harness. He had a freight run to Camp Supply. A night. In your shed, Patience pushed. A bucket of water. And bread. Whatever you got. For all 3 of us. Just you, Corbett said. I pay for the work. I don't pay for the man, or the sick one. All 3, Patience said. Her voice was iron. The man splits your wood. He can do that. The girl, she's part of me. You want my hands, you get all of us. Or we walk. And you can stare at that harness all winter. It was the haggle. The word winter did it. Corbett stared at her. His thumb moved on the shotgun's hammer. He saw the girl. She wasn't just beat. She was hard. She was like him. He grunted. He lowered the gun. The shed. Not the post. The shed's got rats. We've seen worse, Patience said. Water barrels round back. He jerked his head. Axe is by the woodpile. I want a cord of it split, by sunup. He looked at Jedodiah, his gaze full of doubt. He'll do it, Patience said. Corbett looked back at her. You come inside. You fix the tack. Where I can see you. He didn't trust her. Not for a second. "Jed," Patience ordered. "Get the water. Get Ruth to the shed." Jedodiah nodded, his face grim. He'd been made a passenger in his own life. He picked up Ruth. A fireman's carry. He staggered off into the dark. Patience walked into the trading post. The light was dim. It smelled of whiskey, dust, and smoked hides. Corbett put the shotgun on the counter. He pushed the broken harness toward her. "Needle and all are in the tin." She picked up the thick leather. It was stiff. It would be hard work. Her hands were already raw. She didn't care. "You see, Kiowa," Corbett said, lighting his pipe. "You scream. I'll handle it." "It wasn't Kiowa," Patience said. She found the awl. It was sharp. It was soldiers. Corbett stopped, the match halfway to his pipe. "What?" "Soldiers," Patience said, pushing the needle through the thick hide. The work, the pain in her hands, it felt good. It felt real. U.S. cavalry. They killed everyone. Then they burned the wagons. Corbett let the match burn down. He looked at the girl. She wasn't lying. And she wasn't crying. She was just working. He lit his pipe. "The shed's got rats," he said again, quieter this time. "But they don't bother you, if you don't bother them." "Good," Patience said, her head down. "We'll get along fine." Chapter 14. The sun was a fist. It beat on the backs of the 7 riders, driving the sweat through their blue wool uniforms, leaving white salt stains in the shape of their spines. Captain Marcus Gallow rode at the head of the patrol. He felt the weight of the sun, the weight of the order, the weight of Sergeant O'Malley's stare. O'Malley rode at his left elbow, close enough for Gallow to smell the chewing tobacco on his breath. O'Malley was a man made of packed dirt and bad whiskey. He'd followed Alistair Finch from one bloody field to another, and he believed in the colonel the way a zealot believes in a vengeful God. He did not believe in Captain Gallow. Not anymore. "Nothing, sir," Corporal Tate said, reining in. He was the scout, a skinny kid from Tennessee who could read the ground. "This whole country's been wiped clean. Hard pan." "Keep looking," Gallow said. His voice was flat. He kept his horse to a slow walk, a pace that ate up the day, but not the miles. "Sir," O'Malley said. The word was not a sign of respect. It was a prod. Begging the captain's pardon, but a man on a good horse, he'd make for the river. He wouldn't be out here in the open. "The colonel isn't just any man, Sergeant," Gallow said, not looking at him. "He's a hunter. He's unpredictable." "He ain't a fool," O'Malley grunted. "This is a waste of time." Gallow pulled his horse up. The other 6 riders stopped behind him. The silence of the prairie settled around them, broken only by the stamp of a hoof, the jingle of a bit. Gallow turned in his saddle to face the sergeant. "Are you questioning my command, O'Malley?" Gallow's voice was quiet. Deadly quiet. O'Malley met his gaze. The sergeant's eyes were small and hard. "No, sir. Just statin' a fact. The river is north. We're riding west. It's inefficient." "My orders from Major Breen were to find the colonel," Gallow said, letting each word land like a stone. "They did not specify a direction. I am following my own counsel. If you find that inefficient, you can file a report when we return to post." O'Malley's jaw tightened. He held Gallow's gaze for a long moment, a silent battle fought in the shimmering heat. Then he looked away. "Yes, sir." He spat a brown stream of tobacco juice. It sizzled in the dust. They rode on. Gallow knew he'd won the exchange, but lost the war. O'Malley was watching him now. Every decision, every hesitation. He was a bulldog waiting for a slip. An hour later, Tate the scout let out a low whistle. He was 50 yards ahead, where the hard pan broke into softer red earth. He beckoned. Gallow rode up, O'Malley right behind him. The tracks were there, plain as a signature on a deed. A single rider. A shod horse. Moving fast. Tate was on his knees. "It's him, sir. Or his horse, anyway." He looked up at Gallow. "Got that fancy shoe, the one that corrects the gait. Just like the smith was saying. He passed this way this morning. Headin' due north." Due north. Toward the Canadian River. Exactly where O'Malley had said he'd be. O'Malley looked from the tracks to Gallow. A grim, knowing smirk touched his lips. He didn't have to say a word. The ground had said it for him. This was it. The moment. Gallow could follow the tracks, find Finch in a few hours, and then what? Let O'Malley and the Loyalists rescue their hero from the Marshal? Participate in an armed standoff? Gallow looked at the tracks. He looked north where they led. He looked east toward nothing. Toward a line of low, broken hills a few miles away. He made a decision. It felt like stepping off a cliff in the dark. "He's not a fool," Gallow said again, his voice firm. "This is a feint. He knows he's being followed. By the Marshal, at least." O'Malley's smirk vanished. "Sir, the trail's right here. It's fresh." "It's too fresh," Gallow said. The lie came easy. Too easy. It's too obvious. He laid this trail, then doubled back. He'll make for the Verdigris River, try to hide his tracks in the water. We ride east, we can cut him off at the crossing. Corporal Tate looked up from the ground, his face a mask of confusion. He opened his mouth, then closed it. He knew sign. He knew the tracks were straight and true. O'Malley's face was a thundercloud. "Sir, with all due respect, that's a guess. We have a certainty right here at our feet." "Is that an order, Sergeant?" Gallow asked, his hand resting on the butt of his revolver. "Are you ordering me to ride north?" "No, sir. I'm advising my commanding officer that he's about to ride away from the objective." The insubordination was bald, out in the open. The other men shifted in their saddles, watching. "I have made my decision," Gallow said, his voice ringing with an authority he didn't feel. "Your job is to follow orders, Sergeant. Not to read sign. My order is to ride east. Now fall in." O'Malley stared at him, his face flushed with anger. He looked like he wanted to pull Gallow from his horse. The air was thick. Gallow could hear his own heart beating. Finally, O'Malley yanked his reins, turning his horse with a vicious jerk. "Yes, sir." He fell back into formation, his eyes burning into Gallow's back. Gallow turned his horse east. Away from the trail. Away from his colonel. He kicked the horse into a trot, not looking back. He felt the eyes of all 6 men on him. He had just bought a Marshal. He'd never met a few more hours of a head start. He could picture the man. On a dun horse, maybe. A man with a piece of paper. He had lied to his men. He had defied the spirit, if not the letter, of his orders. He was buying time. He just didn't know what for. Or what it was going to cost him. The sun beat down, and the wrong trail stretched out before him, endless and empty. Chapter 15. The Canadian River was low, a wide, flat sheet of liquid mud reflecting the bruised orange of the setting sun. Alistair Finch stood at the water's edge. He let his horse, a fine-boned Kentucky bay named Aries, drink its fill. The horse was tired. Finch wasn't. He felt electric. Alive. The land stretched out around him, his for the taking. His for the cleansing. He watched his reflection in the water. The image was distorted, wavy, but the shape was there. A tall man in a fine uniform. The setting sun lit the gold braid on his shoulders, turning it to fire. He looked like a figure from a Roman coin. A conqueror. He smiled at the man in the water. The man smiled back. "That's enough, Aries," he said, his voice soft. He tugged gently on the reins. "We don't want you getting bloated." "Colonel Finch." The voice came from behind him. It was quiet, calm. Not a shout. Just a statement of fact. Finch didn't jump. He didn't spin around. A conqueror did not flinch. He turned, slow, his hand resting on the polished walnut grip of his Colt revolver. The man stood 20 feet away, near a stand of willows. He was short, dressed in dusty civilian clothes. He held a Winchester rifle, held it low, pointed at the ground. But he held it like it was part of his arm. Behind him, on the ridge that overlooked the riverbank, the last ray of sun caught a glint of something. Metal. A rifle barrel. "You have me at a disadvantage, sir," Finch said, his voice smooth, laced with amusement. "You know my name." U.S. Marshal Eldridge Sample. The man's face was a dusty mask. His eyes were flat. "We met at your office." "Ah, yes. The process server." Finch's smile was wide, condescending. "I thought my man Breen would have explained the situation to you. You're out of your jurisdiction, Marshal. This is Army business." "The ground you're standing on is in the territory," Sample said. "A man was murdered here a month ago. A Choctaw farmer. That makes it my jurisdiction. And you murdered 30 people 2 days ago. That makes it my business." Finch's smile tightened. "I told you. It was a battle. A word you might understand, Marshal, having served. Sometimes the sword is the only answer." "I'm not here to talk about the sword," Sample said. "I'm here to serve a warrant." The quiet click of the Winchester's hammer being cocked was the loudest sound on the riverbank. The horse Aries snorted and shied away. Finch's hand, which had been resting on his Colt, went still. He looked at the rifle, now angled up, its black eyes centered on his chest. He looked up at the ridge. He saw the shape of a man with another rifle. He looked back at Sample. The amusement was gone, replaced by a cold, simmering rage. "You cannot be serious," Finch said, his voice low. "You think you and your associate can arrest a colonel in the United States Cavalry?" "Not thinking about it," Sample said. "Doing it. Now, unbuckle your gun belt. Slow." "This is an act of insurrection," Finch said, his voice rising. He was talking for the man on the ridge now, for history. "You are interfering with a federal officer on active campaign. I could have you shot." "You could," Sample agreed. "But you'll be dead before you give the order. My friend on the hill is Creek. He doesn't care much for your uniform. He's just waiting for a reason. Your hand moving an inch toward that gun would be reason enough." Finch stared at him. He saw no fear, no doubt. He saw a man doing a job, like a carpenter driving a nail. It was infuriating. It was insulting. "Do you have any idea who I am?" Finch demanded. "The men I command. The things I have done for this country." "I know you're a man named on a piece of paper in my pocket," Sample said. "A paper that says you're to be brought to Fort Smith to stand trial for murder. The paper doesn't say anything about your accomplishments." His voice never wavered. "The belt, Colonel." For a long moment, Finch did nothing. He stood there, the conqueror, the man from the coin, being told what to do by a dusty little man with a badge. He could draw. He was fast. He could probably kill Sample. But the man on the ridge, no. It was a fool's play. And he was not a fool. Slowly, his face a mask of contempt, Alistair Finch reached down with 2 fingers and unhooked the brass buckle of his gun belt. The belt, heavy with the Colt and a row of cartridges, fell to the dirt with a soft thud. "Now your hands," Sample said. "Lace them on top of your head." Finch's jaw clenched. He could feel the blood pounding in his temples. He raised his hands, slow, and placed them on his perfectly cut hair. "Good," Sample said. He walked forward, his Winchester never wavering. He kicked the gun belt away. Billy Beaver was coming down the ridge now, moving with a fluid, silent grace. "You've made a grave mistake, Marshal," Finch said, his voice tight with controlled fury. "My men will not let this stand. They will hunt you. They will find you." Sample looked up at him. "Your men aren't here, Colonel. It's just you. And me." He gestured with the rifle. "And a long ride back." Billy arrived, his own rifle held ready. He looked at Finch, then at Sample, and gave a single, almost imperceptible nod. The job was done. The man in the water, the conqueror, was gone. In his place stood a prisoner, hands on his head, his face a thundercloud, his reflection wavering and indistinct in the muddy current. Chapter 16. The sun came up mean. It wasn't a sunrise. It was an assault. A sheet of white-hot iron pulled across the sky, sucking the cool from the air, promising a day of misery. They rode. 3 figures in an ocean of dead yellow grass. Billy Beaver was at point. He held the lead rope to Aries, Colonel Alistair Finch's fine-boned bay. Finch sat his own horse, but he was a passenger. His hands were tied, the rope running from his wrists, raw and red from the hemp, to the high horn of his McClellan saddle. Eldridge Sample rode 10 yards back, his Winchester in the scabbard, his revolver in its holster. He didn't need the rifle. Not now. He was a drover. His small, dangerous herd was a party of one. His eyes, under the brim of his dusty hat, never left Finch's back. For 2 hours the only sound was the clop-clop, clop of hooves on hardpan and the jingle of bit and spur. Sample's world was the sweat on Regulator's neck, the heat on his own, and the straight line of Finch's spine. Finch broke the silence. He didn't turn his head. He just spoke, his voice clear, reasonable. A man addressing a public meeting. "This is, of course, a kidnapping, Marshal. You're aware of that." Sample said nothing. He watched a hawk circle high up. "It's a clerical error, compounded by a lack of perspective," Finch continued. His voice was smooth, like a practiced lawyer's. "Judge Parker is a fine administrator in his own small pond. But he doesn't see the scale of the thing." Billy Beaver, up ahead, didn't look back. He just kept riding. "You don't see it either," Finch said. He was talking to Sample now, his head turned just enough. "A man like you see the letter of the law. A piece of paper." He tugged at his bonds. The hemp cut deeper. "You see this. You think this is justice. You think this is order." Finch laughed. It was a dry, superior sound. "This isn't order, Marshal. This is chaos. You, a civilian, have just removed a senior military commander from the field. During an active campaign. You've made the frontier less safe." Sample's gaze flickered to Finch's horse. "You're leaning left. Your horse don't like it." Finch stopped talking. He sat up straight, his back rigid. He was quiet for another 10 minutes. The sun climbed. The heat was a fist. "They were an infection," Finch said, picking up his argument as if he'd never been interrupted. "Those people. They were a rot. A disease spreading west. You don't understand that, do you?" "I understand a warrant for murder," Sample said. His voice was a dry rasp. "Murder." Finch tasted the word. "You call that murder? At Shiloh, were you at Shiloh, Marshal?" "I was." "I was." "Of course you were." Finch's voice was warm now. "Congratulatory. Then you know. You've seen it. Men die. Thousands. For a principle. For a line on a map. I lost a third of my command in the hornet's nest. Was that murder? Or was it cleansing?" "That was a war," Sample said. "This is a war." Finch twisted in his saddle, his face red under its layer of dust and stubble. "It's the same war. The war for civilization. And in that war, you have to be decisive. You have to cut out the rot. You're a bailiff. You serve papers. You're a man who sweeps up the sawdust in the barroom. He leaned in, as if sharing a secret. But the men who cut the timber, the men who built the bar, we're a different breed. We make the hard choices. We are the fire. Sample looked at him. His eyes were flat. You're a man on a lead rope. Finch's face went white. The insult, so simple, so true, cut deeper than the hemp. He jerked at his hands, a sudden violent spasm. The Bay Aries shied. Easy, Colonel, Billy's voice, unused for hours, floated back. You fall off, you walk. Finch settled. He breathed. He was a commander, again. He was in control. My men are looking for me, he said, his voice calm again. Captain Gallow. A good man. A loyal man. He's not a clerk, Marshal. He's a soldier. He owes me his life. And he will pay that debt. He will find you. Maybe, Sample said. And when he does, Finch said, he will see you for what you are. A petty bureaucrat. An obstacle. A man who gets in the way of progress. You're the janitor, Sample. You're the man who mops up the blood. But you'll never be the man who dares to spill it for a greater purpose. Sample wrote. He watched the horizon. He watched the way Finch kept shifting his weight. You're right, Sample said. Finch pulled back, surprised. What? You're right. I'm the janitor. Sample looked at Finch. His eyes were cold. But the janitor is the one who hangs the murderer. Finch's mouth snapped shut. He had no reply. Keep riding, Sample said. You're running your horse tired. Finch faced forward, his back a ramrod. He didn't speak again. The sun beat down. The only sound was the hooves, the leather, and the long, slow sizzle of the Colonel's fury, burning hot and silent in the empty air. Chapter 17. Patience Abbott's hands were on fire. The awl had bit into her palm, and the wax-coated thread had stripped the skin from her fingers. But the harness was done. The breeching strap was anchored with a double lock stitch that would never break. She put the needle down. The sun, just clearing the eastern horizon, cut a single dusty beam of light into the trading post. Corbett, the proprietor, ran a thick thumb over her work. He picked up the harness, pulled it, twisted it. He tried to find a flaw. He found none. You sew a tight stitch, he grunted. I know, Patience said. The back door of the post opened. Jedodiah stood there. He was covered in wood chips and sweat. His hands were two raw, blistered claws from handling the axe all night. The wood split, he said. His voice was dead. He looked at Corbett. A full cord. We held our bargain. That you did, Corbett said. He walked behind his counter, past the sacks of beans and tins of coffee. He pulled a stale half-loaf of bread from a bin and dropped it on the counter. This. And you can fill your canteen. Then you go. Jedodiah bristled. Go. We held our part. Ruth is sick. You can't just. The bargain was for one night, Corbett said, his hand moving to the greener shotgun that leaned against the wall. One night. One harness. One cord of wood. The night's over. Patience stood up. Her legs were stiff. He's right, Jed. We're going. Patience, this isn't right. Jedodiah pleaded. We have nowhere to? A sound cut him off. Not a human sound. The dog. Corbett's hound, a gaunt, mean-looking cur tied by the porch, had been silent all night. Now it exploded. A chain of high, frantic, choking barks. A sound of pure terror. Corbett didn't hesitate. He grabbed the greener. Inside, he hissed. Both of you. Get back from the window. Who is it? Jedodiah whispered, his face gone white. Don't know. Don't care. Corbett moved to the window, the shotgun held low. He peered through a crack in the frame. Patience didn't listen. She moved to the other window, the one facing south, her body pressed to the log wall. She looked. 2 riders. Sitting their horses. A bay and a mean-looking sorrel. One man was thin, his hand wrapped in a filthy dark-stained rag. The other was built like a sack of potatoes. The blood drained from her face. It was them. Quint and Mabry. Jed, she said. Her voice was a cold whisper. It's the men from the flat. Jedodiah looked. His face crumpled. Oh God. Oh dear God, they found us. They didn't find us, Patience said, her mind racing. They just found him. Outside, the dog's barking was cut off. A sharp yelp, then silence. Corbett's face was grim. They killed my dog. He checked the greener's breech. 2 shells. He looked at Patience. They your trouble? Patience nodded. They tried to rob us. I cut one of them. The one with the hand, Corbett grunted. He'd seen the rag. We ain't sellin' nothin'. Quint's voice carried across the yard. Oily, mean. We're lookin' for somethin' that was stolen. Corbett pushed the door open, a crack. This is a federal post. You're on private property. We see 'em, old man. Mabry's thick voice boomed. They're in there. The boy was in the window. Just send 'em out. We don't want no truck with you. They're murderers. Jedodiah shouted from behind the counter, his voice cracking with fear and indignation. Patience grabbed his shirt and pulled him down. You fool. You just signed our death warrant. Corbett's face was stone. He looked at Jedodiah, cowering behind a sack of flour. He looked at Patience, her eyes hard, calculating. He knew. That's your trouble, Corbett said. He closed the door. He dropped the heavy oak bar. He's thinking it over. Quint cackled. Mabry laughed, a sound like rocks in a can. Corbett turned. He pointed the shotgun. Not at the door. He pointed it at Jedodiah. Get up, he said. What are you doing? Jedodiah stammered. You brought this. You, Corbett said, his voice a low growl. Those men, they're the kind that'll burn a man out. They'll wait. They'll set the roof on fire. And I got 30 barrels of black powder in the lean-to. I ain't lossin' my post over your trouble. You're giving us to them. Jedodiah was horrified. That's a sin. You're a coward. Patience stepped between Jedodiah and the gun. He's right. It's our fight, not his. We're leaving. Leaving. Jedodiah looked around, frantic. They're out there. Back way, Corbett said. He jerked the shotgun toward the rear of the post, a dark room filled with furs and traps. Shed. There's a hatch in the floor. Old root cellar. Comes out in the arroyo, 60 yards north. They're watching the front. They won't see you go. He's just saving himself. Jedodiah cried. Yes, Patience said. He is. And he's saving us. Now go. Get Ruth. But. Go. Patience shoved him. Get her on her feet. We have 1 minute. Jedodiah, broken, scrambled out the back door, running low, toward the rat-filled shed. Patience turned to Corbett. They'll hear us in the shed. I'll make noise, Corbett said. We need water. He looked at her. The girl was hard as winter steel. He looked at the perfectly mended harness on his counter. He nodded. He grabbed a full canteen from a hook and a hunk of jerked venison. He tossed them to her. The deal's paid. It is, Patience said. Now get. And don't you come back. Ever. Patience slipped out the back door, her feet silent in the dust. Corbett watched her go. He took a deep breath. He picked up a tin cup. He walked to the front door, unbarred it, and stepped onto the porch. He held the cup. The greener was in his other hand, held loose. Figured it out, old man. Quint said, his horse shifting. Figured I'm thirsty, Corbett said. He walked, casual, toward the water barrel at the corner of the porch. And you're making my yard look untidy. He was giving them a new target. He was making noise. He was a man who paid his debts. Chapter 18. They rode east for 2 hours. The sun, past its noon peak, was a relentless baking weight. The hills Gallow had pointed to were a shimmering, empty disappointment. There was no river crossing. There was no water. There was nothing. Just heat, rock, and the buzz of horseflies. Gallow's patrol had strung out. The men were tired. Their canteens were half empty, and their faith was gone. They rode in a sullen, cranky silence. Gallow rode in his own private hell. He had bought time, but it was useless time. He'd run his men and horses into a dead end, all for a lie. He didn't have another lie to tell. He pulled his horse up. It stood with its head down, blowing hard. We rest the horses, Gallow said. His voice was a dry croak. Sergeant O'Malley reined in, his horse dancing with energy. O'Malley had been riding flank, 100 yards to the north all morning. He hadn't been following Gallow. He'd been hunting. He rode over, his face a mask of sweat and dust. Restin', O'Malley said. It wasn't a question. Good. The horses are tired. Of walkin' in circles. The men dismounted, their movements slow. They avoided Gallow's eyes. They looked at O'Malley. We'll hold here an hour, Gallow said, ignoring the jibe. Let them graze. What there is of it. An hour. O'Malley spat a brown stream of tobacco juice. It hit the baked earth and sizzled. An hour for what, Captain? For your hunch to pay off. For the Colonel to magically appear in this god-forsaken rock bake. That's an order, Sergeant, Gallow said, his hand moving to his saddle horn. Is it? O'Malley stepped close. He was still shorter than Gallow, but he seemed bigger, thicker. Or is it just you killin' time? 'Cause it looks like killin' time to me. We had a trail. A certainty. And you rode us east. You rode us on a feint. The men were watching. Corporal Tate, the scout, was pretending to check his horse's hoof, but his head was cocked. I am in command here, Sergeant. Then command, O'Malley cut in, his voice a low, vicious growl. But you ain't. You're dragon. You've been draggin' since we left Gibson. Gallow's hand dropped from the horn. It moved, slow, toward the butt of his revolver. O'Malley saw it. He laughed. A short, ugly bark. You gonna shoot me, Captain? For pointin' out the truth. For tryin' to save the Colonel. Go on. See how that plays out. He turned his back on Gallow. A complete, total dismissal. He walked 20 paces, his eyes scanning the ground. He'd been doing it all day. While Gallow was staring at the horizon, O'Malley had been reading the dirt. Tate. O'Malley bellowed. Get over here. Bring your eyes. Tate looked at Gallow. A half-second of hesitation. He was asking for permission. Gallow just stood there, his hand frozen, his face a mask. Tate dropped the hoof and ran, half-crouched, to O'Malley. Gallow followed. He had to. The entire patrol was now clustered around the sergeant. O'Malley pointed. He didn't have to kneel. His certainty was absolute. There. Gallow looked. He saw nothing. Just rock and scuffed dirt. Tate knelt. He ran his fingers over the ground, as gentle as a man reading a blind man's book. His head snapped up. He looked at O'Malley. Then he looked at Gallow. His face was pale. What is it? Gallow demanded, his voice tight. 2 riders, sir, Tate said, his voice barely a whisper. 1 done. 1 unshod pinto. They're old tracks. From yesterday. But they ain't the Colonel's. Who are they? Gallow said, though he already knew. The air had gone cold despite the heat. "The Marshal," O'Malley said. He said it with a final, damning satisfaction. He looked at Gallow, and his eyes were full of contempt. "This is his trail, Captain. The civilian. And his Indian tracker." O'Malley pointed, his arm rigid, not east but southwest. Back the way they'd come, but on a different angle. They were cutting across, heading straight for the Colonel's trail at the Canadian. They were hunting, and they crossed right here. Right where we would have been if we hadn't been on your hunch. The trap was sprung. The men stared at Gallow. He'd not just led them on a fool's errand. He'd led them away from the Marshal. He'd given the enemy a full day's lead. Gallow's face was wood. He had no more lies. He had no more room to move. O'Malley had just taken his command, and he'd done it with a hoof print. "We were wrong," O'Malley said, his voice dripping with false respect. "The Colonel wasn't at the verdigris. The Marshal wasn't at the verdigris. The fight is back at the Canadian." He turned to Tate. "Can you follow it?" "The Marshal's trail?" "Yes, sir. It's a hell of a trail. This Indian, he's good. But he's not invisible." O'Malley looked back at Gallow. He was smiling now. A terrible, triumphant smile. He had won. "What are your orders, Captain?" Gallow looked at the tracks. He looked at the faces of his men, all looking at O'Malley. He was a captain, in name only. He'd been found out. "Tate," Gallow said, his voice dead. "Get on that trail. The Marshal's trail." "Sir." "They'll lead us to the Colonel," Gallow said. The words tasted like ash. O'Malley's smile widened. He clapped Gallow on the shoulder, a hard, painful blow. "See, sir. I knew you'd see the sense in it." He strode to his horse, his step light. "Mount up, men. The hunt's back on." Gallow stood for a long second. He was a prisoner. He mounted his horse and fell in behind Corporal Tate. O'Malley rode beside him, close enough to touch. The pursuit was now genuine, and Gallow was just along for the ride. Chapter 19. The third morning was a gray, windy misery. The land had changed, the flat prairie giving way to broken country. A deep, dry arroyo snaked across their path, a 20-foot wide gash of crumbling red rock and loose shale. Billy Beaver pulled up his pinto. He looked at the arroyo. He looked at the sky. He looked at Sample. "Bad," he said. "It's the way," Sample said. Fort Smith was east. This was the cut. "Bad," Billy said again. He dismounted. "I'll take the pinto." Then his. He led his horse down the bank, sliding, his boots finding purchase where there was none. The pinto skittered, its shod hooves striking sparks. He got to the bottom, a dry, sandy wash, and looked up. He held his hand out. "The Colonel." Sample dismounted. He walked over to Alistair Finch. Finch sat his horse, Aries, his hands tied to the saddle horn. He'd been quiet all morning. A dark, simmering quiet. "We walk," Sample said. He pulled his knife, and with a quick, efficient motion, cut the ropes that bound Finch's hands to the horn. Finch rubbed his wrists. They were raw, bleeding. "Finally decided to be civilized, Marshal?" "You're walking," Sample said. "You fall off your horse and break your neck, Parker won't get to hang you." He gestured with his head. "Down." Finch's eyes were cold. He swung his leg over, his boots hitting the ground. He was stiff. Sample grabbed a 6-foot lead rope, tied one end to Finch's wrists, and held the other. A man on a dog leash. "This is beneath my station," Finch said, his voice low. "Your station is at the bottom of that ditch," Sample said. He turned, holding the lead rope, and started to lead his own horse, Regulator, toward the bank. "Billy, I'm sending him." "Send him," Billy's voice echoed from the arroyo. Sample tugged the rope. "Move." Finch started down the bank, his fine boots slipping on the shale. Sample followed, holding Regulator's reins. He was a man with his hands full. The lead rope in his left hand, the reins in his right. Regulator pulled back, not liking the loose rock, its ears flat. "Easy boy," Sample said. He was halfway down. Finch was at the bottom, standing next to Billy. Sample was alone on the slope. It was the moment. The only one there would be. Finch didn't pull the rope. He didn't run. He bent down, smooth, and picked up a rock, the size of a man's fist. Sample saw the movement. Finch. Finch didn't throw it at Sample. He threw it at Regulator. He threw it hard. A fast underhand pitch. The rock hit Regulator high on the flank. The horse screamed. A high, terrified sound of pure pain. It reared, its eyes white. Regulator wasn't a war horse. It was a marshal's horse. It wasn't used to this. It tore the reins from Sample's hand. The leather strap sliced across his palm, taking skin. Sample was thrown off balance, tumbling down the bank, landing hard on his shoulder. Regulator, free and terrified, scrambled back up the bank. It spun, kicked its heels, and bolted. It disappeared over the ridge, taking Sample's rifle, his bedroll, his food. Billy, at the bottom, raised his rifle, but Finch was already moving. He wasn't running from them. He was running at Billy. He grabbed the barrel of Billy's Springfield, shoving it toward the sky. Finch was bigger than Billy. Stronger. He drove his shoulder into the Creek's chest, slamming him against the arroyo wall. The rifle fired. Crack. The shot went straight up, echoing like a cannon in the narrow space. Finch didn't try to get the rifle. He just needed the second. He spun away from Billy, grabbed the reins of his own horse, Aries, who was dancing, spooked by the shot, and vaulted into the saddle. He was a cavalryman. It was one motion. He jammed his spurs into the bay's flanks. The horse lunged, galloping down the arroyo, kicking up sand and rock. Sample was on his feet, his shoulder numb. He drew his Colt. His hand was raw, bleeding. "Marshal. Don't." Billy yelled. The horse. Finch was 30 yards out. 40. He looked back over his shoulder. His face was a mask of pure, savage triumph. He was free. Sample raised his revolver. He took a breath. He wasn't aiming at Finch. He was aiming at the horse. He fired. The sound of the Colt was sharp, smaller than the rifle. Aries screamed. A short, bubbling sound. The horse's front legs buckled. It didn't fall. It cartwheeled. It went down, head first, at a full gallop. Finch was thrown. He didn't have time to kick free of the stirrups. He was thrown clear, but his leg was caught, twisted. He hit the sand hard, and the dead weight of the horse rolled partway on top of him. Silence. Just the sound of the wind. The dust settling. Finch was pinned. His leg from the knee down was trapped under the bay's ribs. He tried to pull it free. He grunted. He couldn't. Sample walked toward him. He holstered his revolver. His left hand was a bloody mess. His rifle was gone. His horse was gone. But the prisoner was still here. Billy ran up, his rifle ready, his face grim. Sample stood over Finch. The colonel's face was white, pale with shock and a rage so deep it had no words. He stared at his dead horse. He looked at Sample. You shot him," Finch whispered. He couldn't believe it. "You shot my horse." "He was a fine horse," Sample agreed. Aries let out a final, wet gurgle. Sample looked at Billy. "My horse is gone." Billy nodded. "He'll run for 2 miles. Then he'll stop to eat. I'll find him. Maybe." Sample looked back down at Finch. The colonel was trying to pull his leg free, his face contorted in pain. "Is it broken?" Sample asked. Finch just glared at him, his teeth clenched. "Good," Sample said. He grabbed the horn of Finch's saddle. The horse was a dead, heavy weight. Billy grabbed the cantle. On 3. They pulled. The horse shifted, its dead weight scraping the sand. Finch screamed. A short, sharp sound cut off between his teeth. His leg was free. His boot was torn. Sample looked at Billy. Go find my horse. I'll wait. Billy looked at Finch, lying in the dirt, his leg useless. He looked at Sample. He nodded. He started to walk, then trot up the bank, disappearing in the direction Regulator had run. Sample was alone, in a dry riverbed, with a wounded prisoner who hated him, and a long way to Fort Smith. He sat on a rock 10 feet from Finch. He pulled out his neckerchief and, wincing, began to wrap his bloody hand. Finch just lay there panting, staring at the sky. The humiliation was total. He wasn't a conqueror. He wasn't a hero. He was just a man with a dead horse and a broken leg in the middle of nowhere, guarded by a janitor. Chapter 20. The arroyo had saved them. It gave them a mile of cover, a mile of shade from the sun, a mile without looking over their shoulders. Then it had dumped them back onto the open prairie. The prairie was a skillet. They walked. Ruth was a dead weight. The jerky was gone. The water was a sip of hot tin, swallowed hours ago. Jedodiah and Patience were beyond exhaustion. They weren't people anymore. They were just two things pulling a third, moving because they hadn't yet died. I see it, Jedodiah whispered. His voice was a dry leaf, skittering. Patience. Look. She raised her head. It was too heavy. Her neck ached. She squinted. A shape on the horizon. A smudge of brown and gray. A flagpole, the flag hanging limp, a dead red rag. It wasn't a town. It was a post. Fort Reno. It's salvation, Jedodiah breathed. He found a new strength. He pulled Ruth harder. Come on, Patience. Come on, Ruth. The Lord. He has provided. He has led us to safety. Patience just walked. Safety was a word. Like Zion. It didn't mean anything. It took them an hour to cover the last mile. The post didn't get better as they got closer. It got worse. It was a joke of a fort. A few sodden plank buildings, a low stockade that a child could climb, and a parade ground of packed cracked dirt. It looked like the end of the world. A place where men were sent to be forgotten. A single sentry stood by the open gate. He leaned on his rifle, his blue uniform bleached pale by the sun, his hat tipped over his eyes. He was half asleep. He didn't see them until they were 20 yards away, 3 apparitions of dust and rags. The soldier snapped awake. He brought his rifle up, his voice a panicked crack. Halt. Halt or I'll fire. Jedodiah stopped. He raised one hand. Please, water. We are citizens. Survivors. The soldier squinted. He saw a man in tatters, a girl who looked like a wild animal, and a second girl who looked like a corpse. Get on, he said, his fear turning to disgust. This ain't a mission. We got no handouts for whatever you are. Get on. We were attacked, Jedodiah pleaded. By Kiowa. They killed everyone. We've been walking for days. He had learned. Soldiers was a word that got you killed. Kiowa was a word a soldier understood. Kiowa. The soldier relaxed a fraction. He looked them over. You don't look like much. Where's your wagon? Burned. Everything. Please, the girl. Jedodiah looked at Ruth. She's sick. A fever. She needs a doctor. She'll die. Right on cue, Ruth's legs gave out. She didn't just stumble. She collapsed, a marionette with its strings cut, hitting the dust with a soft, final poof. Patience, who had been holding her up, just let her fall. She stepped over her. She walked right up to the soldier. right to the point of his bayonet. Her eyes were black holes in her dusty face. "She dies here," Patience said, her voice a rasp. "Right here. On your doorstep. You want to explain that to your commander? You want to haul her body off the road?" The soldier looked at the girl in the dirt. He looked at the wild-eyed girl in his face. A dying civilian at the gate was paperwork. It was a problem. He cursed. A long, tired string of words. Damn it. He turned and yelled over his shoulder. "Corporal. Corporal of the guard. Get out here." A corporal, his suspenders hanging around his hips, came out of a low building, scratching his stomach. He saw the scene. He spat. "What now, Peters?" "Look at this," the sentry said, gesturing with his rifle. "Found 'em. Say they're Mormon survivors. Kiowa attack. This one's sick." The corporal looked at Ruth. He looked at Jedodiah. He looked at Patience. His eyes lingered on Patience. "That's so." He walked over and nudged Ruth with his boot. She groaned. "She's sick, all right." He looked back at Patience. "You sick?" "No," Patience said. "All right." He made a decision. Put him in the quartermaster's shed. The old one. Get him a bucket of water. I'll tell the major. He can deal with them. "What about the surgeon?" Jedodiah asked. The corporal laughed. "Surgeon's drunk. Been drunk since Tuesday. You're better off with the horse doctor. Now get her up." Two soldiers, looking bored, hauled Ruth up by her arms and dragged her through the gate. Jedodiah followed, his head bowed, muttering a prayer of thanks. Patience was the last one in. She looked around. Fort Reno. It was worse than Corbett's post. A dozen soldiers, listless, bored. A few women, laundresses, hanging shirts on a line. They looked at the newcomers with flat, dead eyes. A dog, thin as a rail, was kicked by a passing trooper. The place smelled like bad water, unwashed men, and despair. They were dumped in a shed. It was dark, smelled of moldy canvas and rat droppings. But it was out of the sun. A soldier brought a bucket of water. The water was brown, silty. He dropped 2 bricks of hardtack on the floor. "Major says don't you move from here," the soldier said, and left, barring the door from the outside. They were prisoners. Jedodiah grabbed the dipper, scrambled to Ruth, and poured water over her lips. She coughed, choked, but swallowed. "See," he whispered, his face alight. "See, Patience? We're safe. They've taken us in. This is our sanctuary. God has led us here." He knelt in the dirt, his eyes squeezed shut, his hands clasped. "We can rest. We can heal. And then we go on. To Zion. It's still possible." Patience didn't drink. She sat with her back against the rough plank wall. She heard the sentry outside, whistling the same tune over and over. She heard the laundresses, their voices hard, cackling a mean laugh. She looked at Ruth, shivering on the dirt floor, her fever a living thing in the small, dark room. Jedodiah was thanking God for a locked shed and bad water. "This isn't sanctuary, Jed," Patience said, her voice flat. "This is just a different stable, with a different bar on the door." She put her head back, closed her eyes, and saw the open prairie. The dream of Zion, of a green valley and a new life, felt like a story someone had told her a long, long time ago. A story for children. It had never felt further away. Chapter 21. The sky turned the color of a fresh bruise. The wind that came first was a hot, angry breath, kicking up dust devils in the arroyo. Then it turned. It came from the north, cold and sharp, carrying the smell of rain and ozone. The temperature dropped 20 degrees in 10 minutes. Eldridge Sample looked at the sky. He looked at Alistair Finch, who was sitting in the sand, his back against the dead weight of his horse, his legs stuck out at a bad angle. "Storm," Sample said. "Brilliant," Finch spat. His face was pale. The pain was setting in. Sample walked over. He still had the 6-foot lead rope. He started to make a loop. What now, Marshal? You going to hog-tie me? Leave me for the wolves. We move, Sample said. He finished the loop and dropped it over Finch's shoulders, cinching it under his arms. You can't walk. You intend to drag me? The indignation was thick, choking. I intend to get out of this ditch, Sample said. He grabbed the rope. On your good foot. Hop. I will not be. Sample yanked the rope. Hard. Finch was pulled off his balance, his broken leg jarring. He screamed. A short, high animal sound. He fell onto his chest, the pain blacking out his vision for a second. Get up, Sample's voice came from above. Or I'll pull you like a plow. Your face will make a fine furrow. Finch, shaking with a rage so pure, it was almost a religious experience, pushed himself up onto his good knee. His uniform, his fine-cut bespoke uniform, was caked in sand and horseblood. He looked like a battlefield looter. Sample was already moving, his bad hand wrapped in its bloody neckerchief, his good hand holding the rope. He climbed the bank, pulling. Finch had no choice. He hopped, he crawled, he used his hands, he dragged his useless leg. He cursed Sample. He cursed God. He cursed the horse that had failed him. It took them 20 minutes to go 100 yards. Every step was a fresh agony for Finch. Every pull was a jarring, fiery pain in Sample's raw hand. Then Sample saw it. A dark hump on the prairie. A soddy, dug into the side of a low rise. Abandoned. A homesteader's failed dream. There, Sample grunted. The rain started. Not a gentle rain. A cold, driving sleet that stung their faces. They reached the soddy. The door was a single plank, hanging off one leather hinge. Sample kicked it open. The inside was a black hole. It smelled of rat droppings, wet dirt, and old despair. Sample pulled Finch inside. He dumped him in a corner, like a sack of bad feed. Finch lay there panting, his eyes closed, his leg a white-hot poker. Sample moved. He found a piece of rusted tin, shoved it against the door opening. It cut the wind, but not the noise. The storm howled. He felt around in the dark. A broken chair. A scattering of old corn cobs. He used his good hand, his knife, and his flint to get a small smoky fire going in the collapsed hearth. The fire pushed back the dark. It lit the small room. 4 dirt walls, a dirt floor, a ceiling of rotting timbers. Finch was watching him. His eyes were bright in the firelight, like a wolf's in a trap. My horse. Finch said, his voice a rasp. That was unnecessary. Sample ignored him. He was unwrapping his hand. The neckerchief was soaked through with blood. The rope burn from the reins had split the skin on his palm, deep. It needed stitches. He had no needle. He had whiskey, though. A small flask in his pocket. He pulled it out, uncorked it, and poured a stream of it directly into the wound. He didn't make a sound, but his whole body went rigid. The hiss of his breath was loud. Finch watched. He smiled. A thin, tight smile. Looks like Aries got a piece of you, after all. A final, loyal act. It's touching. Sample put the flask away. He rewrapped his hand. Tighter. So this is your grand plan, Marshal, Finch said, his voice conversational. You, me, and the rats. Your horse is gone. Your rifle with it. My leg is likely broken. It'll fester. I'll get the fever. I'll die. He shifted, a grunt of pain escaping. And you'll have failed. Parker won't get his show. You'll just be a man who murdered a decorated officer in a mud hole. You ain't dead yet, Sample said, feeding a corncob to the fire. It flared, smoking. No. Not yet. Finch stared at the flames. It's all about the paper, isn't it? The little piece of paper. It's your God. You'd sacrifice your horse for it. You'd sacrifice me for it. Even if it means you die out here too. He paused, testing the silence. You said you were at Shiloh. I keep trying to place you. Finch's voice was casual. You weren't on the line. I'd have known. A man with your diligence doesn't belong in the fire. You don't have the stomach for it. Sample kept his back to him. Quartermaster, Finch said, guessing. That's it, isn't it? You were in the rear. Counting barrels. Counting bullets. While better men bled. You're a clerk, Sample. A clerk who got himself a badge. You mop up. Sample's shoulders were still. You've been mopping up your whole life, Finch pushed, his voice gaining a hypnotic rhythm, timed to the howl of the wind. You hate men like me. The men who make the mess. The men who aren't afraid of the blood. The men who act. Sample still didn't turn. Or maybe. Finch's voice dropped. Became intimate. Vicious. Maybe it was worse. Maybe you were at Andersonville. Or Elmira. One of the prison guards. You've got that look. The man with the keys. The man who holds all the power, but has none of the glory. The man who enjoys seeing a better man brought low. Watching him beg for a crust of bread. Sample's hand, the good one, tightened into a fist. He stopped fussing with the fire. Finch saw it. The tension in his shoulders. He pounced. That's it, isn't it? Finch's voice was a triumphant whisper. My God, it is. This isn't about law. This isn't about Parker's warrant. This is about this. He slapped his hand against his useless leg. This is about you, the little man with the key, finally getting to put the colonel in the dirt. You're just balancing your own small, petty book. Sample turned. His face, in the flickering, smoky light, was not the face of a janitor. It was the face of a man who had seen the bottom of the world. His eyes were flat, dead. You talk too much, Sample said. He walked over, his boots silent on the dirt floor. He stood over Finch. He pulled his revolver. He didn't point it at Finch. He just held it. Finch's tirade died in his throat. He saw the look in Sample's eyes. It wasn't anger. It wasn't offense. It was nothing. It was an emptiness that was far more terrifying. Shut up, Colonel, Sample said. His voice was a flat, cold whisper. Shut up. Or I'll take a piece of your uniform, the part with the gold braid, and I'll stuff it in your mouth. And you'll die. Right here. And I'll tell Parker the storm got you. He holstered the gun. He walked back to the fire. He sat with his back to the wall, his knees drawn up, his bloody hand resting on his knee. The storm howled outside. Inside, the only sound was the crackle of the corn cobs, and the sound of Alistair Finch for the first time breathing. He was quiet. He had found the crack in Sample's armor. And he had found the man's limit. Chapter 22. The rain had passed, leaving the air washed clean and the red dirt world a mess of running mud. Corporal Tate, the scout, knelt in the arroyo, his hand hovering over the churned earth. Captain Marcus Gallow and Sergeant O'Malley sat their horses above him. The rest of the patrol fanned out, their carbines held loose. This is it, Tate said, his voice echoing in the quiet. This is where it all went bad. O'Malley swung down from his saddle, his boots sinking in the mud. He pushed Tate aside and looked. He didn't need to read sign. He saw the story. He saw the black, drying pool of blood in the sand. He saw the dead horse. Aries, O'Malley whispered. He walked over to the bay. Its fine head was twisted at a bad angle, its eyes open, staring. He touched the horse's neck. He looked at the clean, round bullet hole in its shoulder. He shot his horse, O'Malley said. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't have to. The words were a verdict. He turned and looked up at Gallow. His eyes were small and bright. That Marshal shot the colonel's horse. From under him. There was a fight, Tate said, pointing. Tracks all over. A rifle fired. Then a pistol. 2 men here. One was dragged from here. Dragged? Gallow asked, his voice tight. Yes, sir. Dragged. Like a sack. Tate pointed up the bank. That way. Toward the soddy. What about the other one? O'Malley asked. Another set of tracks. 1 man on foot, moving fast. Went that way. Tate pointed east, where Billy Beaver had gone. He was tracking the other horse. The Marshal's. The Indian, O'Malley grunted. He left his partner. He looked back at the drag marks leading out of the arroyo. He's alone. With a hurt prisoner. And no horse. O'Malley smiled. It was a terrible thing. He's ours. He put a foot in his stirrup and swung onto his horse in one violent motion. Let's go. Tate, the soddy. They rode the 100 yards, fast. O'Malley was at the door before his horse even stopped. He didn't dismount. He kicked the rusted tin sheet that served as a door. It flew inward, clattering on the packed dirt floor. O'Malley jumped down, his carbine in his fist. He plunged into the dark. Colonel. Sir. Silence. Gallow dismounted, his movements slow. He walked to the door. O'Malley was inside, kicking at the remnants of a fire. Cold, O'Malley growled. Ashes cold. They were here. They holed up for the storm. Tate came in, his eyes adjusting. He moved to the corner where Finch had been. He found the scraps of cloth. A piece of dark blue wool, stained. Blood, Sergeant, Tate said, holding it up. And this. From the colonel's trousers. Looks like they tried to splint his leg. Or just wrap it. O'Malley took the cloth. He felt the blood, sticky and stiff. He looked at Gallow, who stood in the doorway, a black silhouette against the gray light. This ain't an arrest, Captain, O'Malley said. His voice was a low, shaking rumble. This is a kidnapping. You see this? Blood. The colonel's blood. He's a prisoner, Sergeant, Gallow said, his words weak. The Marshal's prisoner. He's a victim, O'Malley snapped. The last piece of his restraint was gone. He was in command now. Fully. That civilian, that murderer, he shot the colonel's horse, broke his leg, and is now dragging him to Fort Smith to be hung. That ain't law. That's a lynching. He stepped out of the soddy, into the light, shoving past Gallow as if he wasn't there. He faced the men. The Marshal is gone, he announced, his voice carrying. His Indian cut and run. He's on foot. He's wounded. And he's got the colonel. The colonel is hurt. The men shifted, their faces hardening. This was no longer a military escort. This was a rescue. We are no longer a warning party, O'Malley said, his eyes finding Gallow's. We are a rescue patrol. Our duty is to retrieve our commanding officer from a hostile. That Marshal, he is to be considered armed and dangerous. He has fired on a U.S. Army officer. He is an enemy of this regiment. Gallow saw it. The shift. It was complete. This wasn't about the law. It wasn't about jurisdiction. It was about blood. O'Malley had just declared war on Eldridge Sample. He was giving his men permission. He was giving them an order to kill. Tate, O'Malley barked. Find his trail. He's on foot. He's dragging a man. He can't be more than 2 hours ahead of us. We'll run him down before dark. Tate nodded, his face grim. He found the tracks. The scuff of Sample's boots, and the deep uneven drag of Finch's one good leg. Mount up. O'Malley roared. Gallow climbed onto his horse. He felt cold. Colder than the storm. He was no longer a captain. He was a witness. And he was riding with a posse. Chapter 23. The world, for Patience Abbott, had shrunk to the size of a wooden washtub. It was a world of steam, lye soap that smelled like burning fat, and the sweat that dripped from her forehead and salted the gray water. She worked. It was all she knew how to do. She stood elbow to elbow with 3 other women at the laundry sheds behind the barracks at Fort Reno. 2 were army wives, thick-armed women with faces like spoiled fruit, who gossiped and complained in a steady, whining drone. The third was a Cheyenne woman named Crow Woman who never spoke, her hands moving with a fluid, efficient grace that made the other 2 look clumsy. Patience worked like Crow Woman. Head down. Mouth shut. Her hands were a mess. The cut from the bottle shard was a puckered, angry red line across her knuckles. The lye found it every time she plunged her hands into the hot water. The pain was a sharp, clean reminder that she was alive. She welcomed it. Jedodiah was hauling water from the well. He was a beast of burden, a job he accepted with a pious humility that grated on Patience's last nerve. Ruth was still in the shed, mostly sleeping, a ghost trapped in a fever dream. The major had allowed them to stay. They were a problem he hadn't figured out how to solve yet, so he ignored them. Patience was paying their rent, 1 filthy blue wool shirt at a time. 2 troopers wandered over from the barracks. They weren't coming for their laundry. They were coming for the shade and the boredom. One was a young corporal with a fuzz of blonde beard. The other was an older private, gaunt and sallow, who looked like he'd been born tired. They leaned against the shed's support posts, rolling cigarettes. The army wives preened, their complaints softening into flirtatious banter. "Hot one, Corporal," said the fatter of the 2 wives, a woman named May. "Ma'am, the devil himself's talkin' a siesta today," the corporal said, striking a match on the post. He puffed his cigarette to life. "Makes a man wish for a real post. Like Gibson." "Nothing ever happens here," the tired private whined. "Drill, sweat, and beans. At Gibson, they got Finch. They got action." Patience's hands stopped moving. Just for a second. She was scrubbing the collar of an officer's tunic, her knuckles grinding against the ridged washboard. The name, Finch, hung in the steamy air. "Heard about that," the corporal said, leaning back, an expert on a subject he knew nothing about. "Took it to them Mormons, didn't he? Over by the Canadian." "That's the word," the private said, spitting. "Whole wagon train of 'em. Armed to the teeth," they said. "Preachin' sedition." Colonel Finch rode in with F Company and cleaned the whole nest out. Didn't lose but 2 men. Patience stared down into the murky water. The officer's tunic swirled, a headless ghost. She saw the creek. She saw Jedodiah's father, Bishop Hale, step out with his hands up holding a book. She heard the single high pop of the hunting rifle. Then she heard the volley. The sound that had torn the world apart. "A real hard charger, the colonel," the corporal said with admiration. "Don't take no guff. Not like our Major Davies. Davies sees a jackrabbit. He writes a letter to department asking for instructions." The men laughed. The army wives laughed with them. A chorus of stupid, empty sounds. May, the fat laundress, wrung out a pair of long johns. "Well, I say good for him. Them Mormons is strange folk. All the wives. It ain't natural." "They ain't just strange, May," the private said, leaning in like he was telling a state secret. "They're traitors. The word is, they was sellin' rifles to the Comanche." Lies, Patience thought. The word was a cold stone in her gut. "We had 1 rifle. 1. And a boy who didn't know how to use it." Her hands went back to work. But the motion was different. It wasn't just scrubbing now. It was a vicious, grinding attack. She was trying to tear the fabric apart on the washboard. The lye bit into her cuts. The pain was a fire. She focused on it. "Finch for president, I say," the corporal announced. "A man who ain't afraid to get his hands dirty. That's what this country needs." "He's a hero," the private agreed. "Hero." Patience looked up. Her eyes, dark and hollow, found the 2 soldiers. They were leaning, smoking, laughing. Their faces were stupid, ignorant, and safe. They were celebrating the murder of her family. They were cheering the man who had ordered it. She was in a fort full of men who saw her as vermin, who saw her people as a disease to be cleansed. This wasn't a sanctuary. This was the enemy's camp. The safety they'd been given was a lie. A cage. "Hey, girlie." Patience blinked. May was looking at her. "You gonna scrub a hole in that shirt? You ain't paid by the hour." Patience looked down. Her knuckles were white, locked onto the washboard. The water in her tub was dark, not just with dirt, but with a thin pink swirl of her own blood. She said nothing. She let go of the shirt. She reached into the next basket and pulled out another one. She plunged her hands back into the fire of the lie. The soldiers, their cigarettes finished, pushed off the posts and wandered away, their conversation turning to poker and bad whiskey. They were heroes. He was a hero. And she was a girl washing his laundry. She kept scrubbing. The rage was a cold, hard thing now. It wasn't the hot grief she'd felt in the creek bed. It was different. It was patient. It was something she could use. She looked across the sun-baked yard, at the major's office, at the flag hanging limp on its pole. She was in their world now, and she would learn its rules. Chapter 24. The world was mud. It sucked at Sample's boots, a thick red glue that tried to hold him in place. Every step was a battle. He held the lead rope in his wounded left hand, the raw flesh screaming with each pull. His right hand was on his Colt. Behind him, Alistair Finch was a dead weight. A gasping, cursing dead weight. Sample had made a crude crutch from a dead branch, but Finch used it more as a weapon, jabbing it at rocks, swearing at the sky. His broken leg, wrapped in a strip of his own uniform, dragged, leaving a messy, telling furrow in the mud. "You're slowing, Marshal," Finch panted, his voice a venomous rasp. "Even a one-legged man can see it. You're played out." Sample didn't answer. He was listening. Not to Finch. To the world. The wind had died. The only sounds were their own labored breathing and the squelch of mud. It was too quiet. He stopped. He held up his good hand. "What now, janitor? A prayer meeting?" Finch sneered, leaning heavily on the crutch. Sample's eyes scanned the ridge to their left. A jumble of sandstone and stunted cedar, slick with rain. Nothing moved. But he'd seen something. A flash. Not sunlight. There was no sun. A flash of something dull. Brass maybe. A button. A buckle. "Get down," Sample said. "I will not." Sample didn't argue. He yanked the rope. Finch's good leg went out from under him. He went down with a grunt, landing hard in the mud. "You son of a..." The crack of the carbine cut him off. The shot came from the ridge. It wasn't aimed. It was a statement. A bullet kicked up a spray of mud, a yard from Sample's head. Sample dropped, pulling his Colt. He rolled behind a low, moss-covered rock, dragging Finch with him by the rope like a stubborn calf. Finch landed beside him with a groan, his face white with pain. "My men," Finch hissed, a triumphant savage grin spreading across his face. "I told you, Sample. I told you they would come." Another shot. Then another. They weren't shooting to kill. They were shooting to pin. The bullets whined off the rock, spitting stone chips. "Colonel." A voice bellowed from the ridge. "O'Malley." "Sir, are you all right?" "I'm here, Sergeant." Finch roared back, pushing himself up on his elbows. "He's got me. The Marshal. He's armed." "You fool," Sample grunted, shoving Finch's head back down. "You want them to shoot you too." "They know who to shoot," Finch spat. Sample peered over the rock. He saw them. 7 riders fanned out along the ridge. They were dismounting, taking cover, their carbines glinting. One man, A captain was shouting something, but O'Malley was ignoring him. The sergeant was directing his men, pointing, moving them into a firing line. This wasn't a rescue. It was an execution. Sample knew the math. A revolver against 7 carbines. He had maybe 50 yards. They had 200. It was bad math. He looked around. Their rock was small. To their right, a narrow wash, a runoff from the storm, cut a shallow twisting path down the hill. It was 10 feet away. 10 feet of open, muddy ground. "We move," Sample said. "We stay," Finch countered. "My men are here. Your little game is over." "Your men are going to kill us both," Sample said. He checked his Colt. 5 shots left. He cut the lead rope from Finch's wrists with his knife. "When I say go, you crawl. You crawl for that ditch. You understand?" "I take my orders from the United States Army," Finch said, his eyes bright with defiance. "Not from you." A volley of shots erupted. Not at them. At the ground, in front of them. O'Malley was walking the shots in, chewing up the mud, trying to force Sample to show himself. Sample didn't wait for another invitation. He stood. In one motion, he fired. Not at O'Malley. At a young private, a boy named Hayes, who was scrambling for a better position. Sample wasn't aiming for the man. He was aiming for the mud in front of him. The heavy .45 slug from the Colt hit the slick, wet earth a foot in front of Hayes's boot. It didn't just kick up dirt. It threw a sheet of mud and sharp rock fragments, a shotgun blast of prairie grit. Hayes screamed, dropping his carbine. He clutched his face, stumbling back. He wasn't dead. He wasn't even badly hurt. But he was blind for a moment, and he was out of the fight. "Man down." Someone yelled. The firing faltered. 2 troopers ran to Hayes. O'Malley roared a curse. Gallow was shouting. The line was broken. It was the second Sample needed. "Go," he yelled. He grabbed the back of Finch's tunic and shoved him hard toward the wash. Finch, surprised by the sudden violence, half crawled, half fell, dragging his broken leg. Sample fired again, at nothing, just putting a bullet in the air to keep their heads down. He dove after Finch, landing in the shallow ditch as a fresh volley of carbine fire ripped through the air where they had been. The wash was only 2 feet deep, but it was cover. It twisted down the hill, away from the ridge. A bullet hit the mud beside Sample's head. So close he felt the heat of it. It tore a hot, stinging line across his upper arm. A graze. A lucky, unlucky shot. He grunted, the new pain joining the chorus of the old. "Keep moving," he snarled, shoving Finch again. They scrambled. A desperate, painful crawl through mud and running water. Finch was moaning, cursing, his leg catching on roots. Sample ignored him. He ignored the fire in his arm. He just kept moving, pushing, crawling. After 50 yards, the wash deepened, curving behind a thicket of scrub oak. The shooting stopped. They were out of sight. They lay in the mud, panting. Finch was on his back, his face a mask of pain, staring at the gray sky. Sample leaned against the bank, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He looked at his arm. The sleeve of his shirt was torn, a red line welling up through the fabric. They're still up there," Finch gasped. "They'll circle around." "Let 'em," Sample said. He tore a strip from his own shirt sleeve with his teeth and began to wrap his arm, the movements clumsy with his wounded hand. "They think we're trapped." "We're trapped," Finch said. Sample finished the knot. He looked down the wash. It continued its twisting path into the broken country. He looked at Finch. At the man who was his prisoner, his burden, and his only witness. "No," Sample said, pushing himself up. "We're just getting started." Chapter 25. The last shot echoed, flat and dead against the sandstone. The quiet that fell was heavier than the gray, wet sky. The air stank of sulfur and cold mud. Private Hayes was on his hands and knees, 20 feet from where O'Malley stood. Hayes was coughing, spitting a pink-flecked gob of mud and spittle onto a rock. A thin line of blood ran from his nostril where a piece of gravel, shot from the mud by Sample's .45, had cut him. Captain Marcus Gallow walked. His boots made a heavy, sucking sound in the muck. He didn't walk to Hayes. He walked straight to Sergeant O'Malley. His face was a white, cold mask. His hand was not on his gun. It was clenched at his side, knuckles white. O'Malley was reloading his carbine. He worked the lever, shuck, his movements economical. He fed a fresh cartridge into the chamber, his head down, as if he were alone on a firing range. He was ignoring the captain. "You fired," Gallow said. His voice was shaking, not with fear, but with a rage so profound it made him lightheaded. O'Malley didn't look up. He snapped the loading gate shut. "I fired on a hostile, sir." "You fired on a federal officer," Gallow hissed, close now. "You fired without my order. You endangered the prisoner. You nearly started a war." O'Malley finally raised his head. His eyes were small, bright, and held no trace of fear. "I fired on a kidnapper, Captain. A man who just shot one of our own." He nodded at Hayes, who was now being helped up by Private Ryan. "He shot the mud," Gallow said, his voice rising, "while you were trying to put a bullet in his back. You weren't aiming to warn. You were aiming to kill." "He ain't shootin' mud next time," O'Malley grunted. He checked the set of his carbine against his shoulder. "He's got the colonel. That's all the order I need." This was it. The line. Gallow had to step over it. "I am giving you a direct, lawful order, Sergeant." Gallow's voice was parade ground sharp. "You are in contravention of the Articles of War. You are relieved of command of this detail. Hand me your weapon. Now." O'Malley didn't move. He didn't smile. He just stared at Gallow. His carbine was held easy in his hands, muzzle pointed at the ground. "And who's going to take it from me, sir?" he asked. His voice was soft, curious. Gallow's hand went slow to the butt of his revolver. "I will." He looked past O'Malley, at the rest of his command. Corporal Tate, Private Ryan, Private Carson. They stood by their horses. Their carbines were in their hands. They weren't moving to help him. They weren't moving at all. They were watching. "Tate," Gallow snapped. "Carson, you heard a lawful order. Disarm the sergeant." Tate looked down at his own boots. He scuffed a rock in the mud. He wouldn't meet Gallow's eye. Carson, a big quiet man who rarely spoke, just took a half-step back. He shifted his carbine, holding it across his chest. A guard stance. The mutiny was complete. It was silent. It was absolute. "Sir," Tate said, his voice rough. He finally looked up, his face a misery of conflict. "With all due respect, that ain't right. What we're doing. What you're doing. The colonel, he's down there. We heard him yell. He's hurt. We can't just leave him. Or talk." "We are not leaving him," Gallow said, his voice tight, desperate. "We are a military patrol. We are not a lynch mob. We will approach. We will demand the marshal's surrender." O'Malley laughed. A short, ugly bark. "Surrender? To who, Captain?" "To you." He took a step, shoving his face close to Gallow's. Gallow could smell the rank tobacco on his breath. "You're the man who's been dragging his feet since we left Gibson. You're the man who lied us into a dead end, chasing a hunch. You let that marshal get the drop on him. Far as I'm concerned, you're derelict." "That is mutiny, Sergeant," Gallow said, but the words had no force. They were just sounds. "Is it?" O'Malley stepped back. He was talking to the other men now, not to Gallow. "Or is it loyalty? A word you might have forgot. The colonel's down there. With a broken leg, maybe worse. And that son of a bitch is dragging him to a rope. We're the 7th Cavalry. We don't let that happen. I won't let it happen. He jabbed a finger at Gallow. He had us ride east, men. East. Chasing his own tail. While this, Marshal, was putting his hands on the colonel. That's not just derelict. That's, well, I ain't gonna put a name to it. But it smells bad. It smells like you ain't on our side, Captain. I am on the side of the army, Gallow said, his last shot. The colonel is the army, O'Malley shot back. He turned away from Gallow. He was done with him. He was in command. He pointed. Ryan, Carson. You're with me. We ride west. That ditch'll bend. We'll cut him off. Tate, you circle east, get on that high ground. We'll have 'em in a box before they've gone 100 yards. Yes, Sergeant. The reply was crisp. Loud. The men moved, their hesitation gone, replaced by a grim, eager purpose. They ran to their horses. Sergeant. Gallow's voice was a desperate crack. O'Malley paused, one foot in his stirrup. He looked back at Gallow, his face a mask of contempt. You're in command, Captain. He swung into his saddle, the leather groaning. You can command this ridge. Keep a good lookout. Whistle if you see anything. He kicked his horse hard and galloped down the slope, Ryan and Carson pounding after him. Their horses threw up great fans of mud. Tate peeled off to the east, disappearing into the mist and scrub. Captain Marcus Gallow stood alone. He was in the middle of a muddy field. His hand was still on his revolver. Private Hayes, his face a mess of mud and blood, staggered over. He was holding his carbine, his eyes watering. What are the orders, sir? He sniffed, wiping his nose on his sleeve. Gallow looked at the man. He looked at the empty ridge. He heard the splash of horses fading. He had given an order, and no one had listened. He was a man with no men. The orders, Gallow said, his voice dead. He let his hand fall from his gun. Are to sit here and wait. He looked at Hayes, and a terrible cold understanding settled on him. And try not to get shot. By either side. He slid down onto a wet rock. He took off his hat and looked at the muddy water pooled in the brim. He tried to ride the line. He tried to serve the man and the law. And he just lost them both. He was a captain of nothing. Chapter 26. Jedodiah Hale's hands were on fire. The rough, splintered wood of the yoke bit into his shoulders, and the twin buckets of water sloshed cold and heavy against his legs. His palms, already blistered from the axe at Corbett's post, had split open. Every step was a fresh, hot pain. He was hauling water for the laundry. For the horses. For a post that didn't care if he lived or died. He kept his head down. He focused on the pain. It was a penance. A physical thing to distract him from the hollow space where his family used to be. He passed the sutler's store. The door was open, a rectangle of shade. 2 cavalry troopers sat on the porch, their chairs tilted back, their boots on the rail. They were smoking, their voices lazy in the afternoon heat. Told him straight, one trooper, a man with a thick red mustache, said. He spat a brown stream of tobacco. I said, if it had been me, I'd have hung him. Not just shot him. Kaya was one thing, the other, a skinny private with a bad cough, agreed. But white men sellin' 'em rifles? That's treason. That's a snake in your own house. Jedodiah stopped. The yoke cut deeper. The bucket swung, heavy. Finch knew it, the first trooper said, his voice full of admiration. He didn't wait for no dispatch. He just rode in. Cleaned him out. A proper soldier. My brothers at Gibson, the skinny one said. Wrote me. Said them Mormons was preaching against the flag. Said they had a fort built. An arsenal. Jedodiah let the yoke slide from his shoulders. The buckets hit the dust with a heavy, wet thud. Water splashed onto his boots. He didn't feel it. An arsenal. Treason. Selling guns. He saw his father, his hands soft from turning pages, trying to hold a shovel. He saw the women huddled by the wagon, their hands clasped in prayer. He saw the single, rusted squirrel gun the bishop had kept for rabbits. This was not a mistake. This was a lie. A story told to make murder righteous. The troopers looked over. "Something wrong, Pilgrim?" the red-mustached one asked, his hand resting on his pistol. Jedodiah didn't answer. He turned and walked, his hands open at his sides, toward the major's office. His pain was gone, replaced by a cold, righteous fury. He was Jedodiah Hale. He was a witness. He was a man of God. And he would not stand by while they slandered the dead. The corporal at the desk outside the office was asleep, his hat over his eyes. Jedodiah walked past him. He didn't knock. He pushed the door open. The room was small, hot, and smelled like stale paper. Major Davies sat at his desk, his uniform collar unbuttoned, his face slick with sweat. He was writing, his pen scratching furiously. He didn't look up. "What?" he barked. "I said no interruptions, Corporal." "Sir." Jedodiah's voice was a dry croak. "My name is Jedodiah Hale. I am a survivor of the Kiowa attack." Davies stopped writing. He looked up, his eyes gray, tired and deeply annoyed. He saw the boy. "The Mormon. The problem. I know who you are. You're the water hauler. What is so important, it can't wait. The Kiowa aren't here. Your rations are provided. You're safe. What do you want?" "The truth, sir." Davies sighed. He put his pen down. "The truth." He leaned back in his chair. "Son, the truth is it's hot. My whiskey ration's late, and I've got a stack of requisitions for mules that don't exist. Now get out." "It wasn't Kiowa," Jedodiah said. The words were loud in the small, hot room. The major's chair came down with a crack. He stared at the boy. His face, which had been annoyed, was now still. Blank. "What did you say?" "At Red Creek." "It wasn't Kiowa," Jedodiah said, his voice stronger now. He was bearing witness. "It was soldiers. United States cavalry. From Fort Gibson. They rode down on us. We tried to surrender. My father, he held up his hands." Jedodiah's voice was shaking, but he did not stop. "They shot him. They shot everyone. The women. The children. They rode through us, shooting. Then they burned the wagons. They murdered us." He was done. He had said the words. He stood there, trembling, waiting for the major to do something. To call for a telegraph. To mount a patrol. To show outrage. Major Davies did none of those things. He was silent for a long time. He looked at Jedodiah. He looked at the papers on his desk. He looked at the fly buzzing against the window pane. Finally, he spoke. His voice was flat. Cold. "You're done?" Jedodiah just stared, confused. "Sir." Davies picked up a piece of paper. A telegraph, flimsy. "You know what this is, Mr. Hale? This is an official field report. From Colonel Alistair Finch. A hero of the Union. A man who held the line at Prairie Grove while you were— Where were you, Mr. Hale?" "Milking a cow." He didn't wait for an answer. "This report details a pitched battle. An engagement. With a heavily armed band of sectarians who were, and I quote, conspiring with hostile elements and trafficking in firearms. This report says Colonel Finch's patrol was fired on, and they returned fire, dispersing the hostiles. It says he lost 2 men. "That's a lie," Jedodiah whispered. It was all he could say. A lie. A lie. Davies stood up. He was not a tall man, but he was the man behind the desk. "You, a vagrant. A man living on the charity of this army." You are standing in my office, and you are calling a decorated field commander a liar. I am a witness. Jedodiah cried, his control breaking. I saw it. We had one rifle. One. My people, we were peaceful. We were on our way to Zion. He is the murderer. Not us. Davies walked around the desk. He stood 2 feet from Jedodiah. He didn't smell like a soldier. He smelled like paper and sour coffee. Get out. But sir, you have to? Get out. Davies' voice was ice. I have an official report. From an officer. You have a story. A very dangerous, very seditious story. You are spreading rumors that undermine the United States Army. You are slandering a hero. He yanked the door open. I gave you sanctuary. I gave you food. I let your sick girl lie in a shed instead of dying in the dirt. And this is how you repay it. By spreading this poison. Sir, please. In the name of God. God has nothing to do with it. My advice to you, Mr. Hale. Davies pushed him hard through the doorway. Jedodiah stumbled, falling to one knee on the porch. The corporal at the desk was awake now, watching, a smirk on his face. You keep your mouth shut, Davies hissed, looming over him. You keep hauling your water, you eat your hardtack, and you thank the army for its protection. You repeat this story to anyone else, I won't just throw you out of this fort. I will have you clapped in irons for sedition. Do you understand me? Jedodiah looked up. He saw the major's cold gray eyes. He saw the corporal's grin. He saw the flag hanging limp in the heat. He understood. The word was just paper. The truth was just a story. The authority was a liar. He pushed himself up, his face a mask of shame, and stumbled away. He walked back to the shed, his world shattered. He pushed the door open. The shed was dark. Patience was sitting on the floor, using a piece of rag and a cup of water to clean the gash on her hand. Ruth was asleep. Patience looked up. She saw his face. She knew. You told him, she said. It wasn't a question. Jedodiah just slumped against the wall. He slid down, his legs giving out, until he was sitting in the dirt and the rat droppings. He called me a liar, Jedodiah whispered. He looked at his raw, useless hands. He called him a hero. Patience just nodded. She went back to her work, dipping the rag, wincing as she cleaned the wound. Of course he did, she said, her voice flat. What did you think he would do? Give you a medal? Jedodiah looked at her. He had no answer. He just put his head in his hands, and for the first time since the creek, he wept. He wept for his father. He wept for the truth. He wept for his own stupid broken faith. Chapter 27. The wash was a lie. It hadn't been a path to safety. It was just a drainage ditch, and it ended unceremoniously by dumping them into a pool of stagnant, brown water at the mouth of a box canyon. The walls were sheer, red sandstone, 100 feet high on 3 sides. The way out was the way they'd come in. And Sample knew with a cold, dead certainty that O'Malley would be waiting there. He was trapped. Well, Marshal, Alistair Finch said. His voice was light, almost cheerful. You've led us into a rather fine trap. Excellent work. Finch sat in the mud where Sample had shoved him, his broken leg angled in the water. He looked up at the gray, indifferent sky, then at Sample. He was smiling. Sample ignored him. He was breathing hard. The graze on his left arm, a long hot tear from the carbine bullet, had started to bleed again. It wasn't a gusher, but it was a steady warm seep that soaked his sleeve and made his whole arm ache. Combined with his raw, rope-burned hand, he was a one-armed man. He waded out of the pool, his boots making a thick schloop sound. He scanned the canyon walls. No caves. No game trails. Just rock. rock, and a few jumbled boulders near the back wall. "You should tend to that, Marshal," Finch said, his voice full of mock concern. "It looks infected. You're losing blood. You look pale." Sample didn't look at his arm. He looked at the boulders. It was a poor man's fort. A pile of rocks. It was the only cover there was. He walked back and grabbed the front of Finch's tunic. "Move." "Or what?" Finch's smile was gone, replaced by a cold, arrogant stare. "You'll shoot me? You need me. Your precious paper. Your witness. You can't just leave me here." "I can," Sample said. "I can leave you for O'Malley. He'll give you a medal. Then he'll shoot me." "That is, in fact, the most likely outcome," Finch agreed. Sample yanked. Finch yelled, a sharp, angry sound as his leg was jolted. "Damn you, Sample. Damn you to hell. Get up. Crawl." Sample dragged him, one-handed, out of the water and across the 50 yards of muddy ground to the boulder field. He shoved Finch, unceremonious, into a narrow cleft between two massive flat-sided rocks. It was a den. Big enough for 2 men, with a clean firing line to the canyon's mouth. Finch landed hard, his leg twisting. He bit off a scream. Sample slid in beside him. He pulled his Colt. He opened the gate. The 5 cartridges were still there. Dry. He clicked it shut. He had 5 shots. And a man with a carbine could hit him from the mouth of the canyon all day long. He ripped the fresh bandage off his arm. The wound was ugly, a red swollen furrow. He took his flask, uncorked it, and poured the last of the whiskey over it. The burn was a white-hot flash. Finch watched him, his head cocked. "You're good at that. Hurting yourself. A kind of penance, perhaps. For your sins as a prison guard." Sample ignored him, retying the bandage, pulling the knot tight with his teeth and his good hand. A sound. Far off. A horse. Not a gallop. Just a single, confident whinny. It echoed off the canyon walls. Finch's entire demeanor changed. The pain in his leg seemed to vanish. The mud on his uniform didn't matter. He was a colonel again. He pushed himself up, sitting straighter against the rock. "Do you hear that, Marshal?" he said. His voice was soft, confident. "That's Sergeant O'Malley. A man of singular, uncomplicated loyalty. A true soldier. Not a clerk." "He's a fool," Sample said, checking the cap on his revolver. "He'll get his men killed." "He'll get you killed," Finch corrected. He laughed. A real, genuine laugh. "It's over, Sample. Look at you. You're wounded. Your horse is gone. Your little Indian friend has run for the hills. You have 1 gun with 5 bullets. And you are sitting in a hole in the mud with your prisoner. Who is, I might add, about to be rescued." Sample looked out at the canyon mouth. 100 yards away. Nothing. Not yet. "Your paper means nothing out here, janitor," Finch said, his voice dropping to a conversational purr. "The law doesn't exist out here. Not really. There is only this." He nodded toward the sound of the unseen horses. "The 7th Cavalry. My regiment. My men." He leaned forward, his face close to Sample's. "You had your chance. You played your little game. You shot my horse. You got to feel powerful. But the real world is coming. And you are about to be, quite literally, erased." Finch sat back, as comfortable as a man in a leather club chair. "You can give me the gun. Now. Surrender to me. I'll even speak for you. Tell them you cooperated. It might save you from a rope." Sample just stared at the canyon mouth. He didn't look at Finch. He didn't say a word. "No." Finch sighed. "A stubborn man. A fool to the last. Pity." Finch settled in, lacing his fingers over his chest. He was no longer a prisoner. He was a commander, waiting for his triumphant cavalry to arrive. He was just a spectator now. Sample raised his Colt. He rested his good wrist on his knee. He sighted down the barrel at the empty space where the wash met the canyon. He waited. The next move wasn't his. Chapter 28. The ridge was empty. The sound of O'Malley's men, the splash and curse as they rode down into the low ground, had faded. There was just the wind, cold and wet, picking at the collar of Gallow's uniform. Private Hayes sat on a rock, wiping a smear of blood and mud from his cheek with a dirty canteen rag. He'd stopped coughing. He was just a kid. 19, maybe 20. His eyes, when he looked at Gallow, were full of confusion. He was a soldier, and his sergeants were gone, and his captain was just sitting. "Sir?" Hayes asked. His voice was raw. What do we do now? Do we follow them?" Gallow looked at the kid. He looked at the horse Hayes had ridden, a decent-looking roan grazing on a patch of wet grass. He looked at his own horse. He thought about Shiloh. He thought about the debt he owed Finch. He thought about the woman in the yellow dress, her back exploding as O'Malley whistled. The debt was paid. It had been overpaid at Red Creek. What was left was the bill. "You're wounded, Private," Gallow said. His voice was flat. "Sir." Hayes touched his face. It's just mud, sir. Stung is all." "No," Gallow said. "You're wounded. In the performance of your duty. You were struck in the face by a projectile fired by a hostile. You require medical attention." Hayes just stared. He didn't understand. Gallow stood up. The authority was back in his voice. Not O'Malley's hot, brutal authority. Something else. Cold. Final. "Your horse," Gallow said. "Is she fast?" She's all right, sir." "Good legs?" "Good." Gallow walked over to him. He looked not at Hayes, but at the empty landscape. "You are not going to follow Sergeant O'Malley. You are not going to wait for me. You are going to ride." "Ride where, sir?" "Back to post." "Fort Reno." "No," Gallow said. "Not Reno. Not Gibson." He looked Hayes in the eye. He was making his bet. "You're going to ride to Fort Smith." Hayes's face went white. "Sir." "Fort Smith? That's Marshal Parker's town. That's away." "That's right, son. It's away." Gallow grabbed the front of Hayes's jacket. He pulled him close. "You are going to find the federal courthouse. You are going to find Judge Isaac Parker. You will tell no one else. Just him. You understand?" I think so, sir." "You will give him this message. You will say, 'Captain Marcus Gallow, 7th Cavalry, reports Sergeant O'Malley and 5 troopers of his command have mutinied.'" Hayes flinched. The word was a gunshot. "Mutinied," Gallow repeated, letting the word hang. "They have engaged a U.S. Marshal in the performance of his duty. They intend to free the federal prisoner, Colonel Alistair Finch. By force. Sir O'Malley he'll kill me if he knows." "He won't know," Gallow said. "You're a wounded man. I am sending you for aid. That's the report. Your face is your evidence. But you are not riding to Fort Reno for a drunken surgeon. You are riding for the law." He pushed Hayes back, holding him at arm's length. "Do you understand what's happening here, Private? O'Malley is not rescuing the colonel. He is about to murder a federal officer. He is dragging the name of this regiment, our name, through the mud. He is making us all outlaws." Hayes looked at the ground. He looked at the distant spot where O'Malley had disappeared. He'd heard the sergeant. He'd seen the look in his eyes. "Yes, sir," Hayes whispered. I see." "Good." Gallow's voice was hard. "The message. Mutiny. Engaged the marshal. Intend to free the prisoner by force. Tell Judge Parker. Tell him Captain Gallow is alone and cannot effect an arrest. Tell him to send his own men. All of them. Tell him to ride fast. He'll ride against the army, Hayes breathed, the implication hitting him. He'll ride against a mutineer, Gallow corrected. Now get on your horse. What about you, Captain? Hayes looked at Gallow, his eyes wide. O'Malley when he comes back, and you're here. And I'm gone. I am a captain in the United States Cavalry, Gallow said, his voice flat. I am holding this ridge. It was a lie, but it was a good one. It was the last order he might ever give. Your job is to deliver the message. My job is to wait. Hayes hesitated for just a second. He was a private. He had 2 orders. One from a mutinous sergeant. One from his captain. He chose the captain. He ran to his horse, his movements clumsy in his haste. He put his foot in the stirrup and swung up. Private. Hayes looked down. Do not, under any circumstances, let Sergeant O'Malley's scouts see you, Gallow said. You ride south first. Get 5 miles. Then turn east. Avoid the river. Avoid the trails. Just ride. And do not stop. Yes, sir. Hayes saluted. A quick, shaky gesture. He turned his horse's head, not east after O'Malley, but southeast. He kicked the horse hard. The roan lunged, slipping in the mud, then found its footing, and pounded away, disappearing into a fold in the hills. Gallow watched him go. He was alone. Truly alone. He had just declared war on his own regiment. He had just burned his career, his life, his past down to the ground. He walked to the edge of the ridge. He could see the box canyon, a dark gash in the earth a mile away. He could hear faintly a single shout. O'Malley! He sat down on the wet rock, his carbine across his knees. He'd chosen. He wasn't a soldier anymore. He wasn't Finch's man. He was just a witness. Waiting. Chapter 29. The canyon was a tomb. The air was cold, heavy with the smell of wet sandstone and mud. Eldridge Sample sat with his back to the rock, his revolver in his good hand. He was listening. He filtered out the drip of water from the rim. He filtered out the sound of Alistair Finch's labored breathing. He listened for the scrape of a boot, the jingle of a spur. Finch, his bravado from the Saudi returned, was enjoying himself. His leg was a hot, agonizing fire, but he was winning. They're taking their time, Marshal, Finch said, his voice a low conversational purr. Setting the table. A good soldier is methodical. Sergeant O'Malley is a very good soldier. A bulldog. Sample said nothing. He'd counted his breaths. He'd counted his 5 bullets. He was counting the seconds between the water drips. You see, this is the fundamental difference between us, Finch went on, his voice echoing slightly in the stone cleft. He sounded like a professor in a lecture hall. You react. You're a counterpuncher. A man who waits for things to happen. A janitor. But I act. My men act. They are a force of will, pressing upon the world. You are just a nail waiting for the hammer. Sample slowly, carefully, wiped a smear of mud from the cylinder of his Colt. It's a pity in a way, Finch said. You've been tenacious. I'll give you that. Like a small, angry dog on a pant leg. But the boot is about to come down. A sound. A single pebble. It ticked on the rock, not from the canyon mouth, but from above them. Sample moved. He didn't just react. He flowed. He was on his feet, his back pressed to the rock, his Colt raised, pointing straight up at the gray, empty slit of sky. Finch stopped talking. His smile vanished. What now? A bird. You look comfortable, Marshal. The voice was quiet. It came from the rim, right over their heads. Sample lowered the gun. He let out a breath. "Billy." "You brought my rifle," Sample said. It wasn't a question. "And your horse." Billy Beaver's face appeared, upside down, as he peered over the edge. "He's ugly." But he didn't run far. Finch's face was a mask of disbelief. Who in the hell is that?" "My $10 a day," Sample said. Billy was gone, and then he was there. He hadn't used a rope. He'd found a chimney in the rock, a series of hand and footholds, and he slid the last 10 feet, landing silent as a cat in the mud at the canyon's end. He had his own trapdoor Springfield in one hand. He held the reins of Sample's dun regulator. The horse's saddle was still on, the Winchester still in its scabbard. Finch stared. The man who was supposed to be a panicked, fleeing Indian was here, armed. And he'd brought fresh horses. The entire equation of the trap had just been erased. "You ran," Finch said, his voice weak. Billy looked at him. His eyes were flat, holding no interest. "Didn't run. Went to get the horse." He turned his back on Finch, a complete dismissal, and walked to Sample. He pulled the Winchester free. "Your hand is bad." "It'll work," Sample said, taking the rifle. The weight of it was solid. Comforting. "The other one," Billy said, nodding at Sample's arm. The sleeve was a dark, stiff map of dried and fresh blood. Before Sample could protest, Billy had his knife out. He didn't cut the shirt. He slit the knot Sample had tied with his teeth. He pulled the cloth away, revealing the raw, swollen furrow of the carbine graze. It was seeping. "Bad?" Billy grunted. He reached into the leather pouch at his belt, pulled out a wad of dried, dark green leaves, and put them in his mouth. He chewed, his jaw working, then spat the dark, wet poultice into his palm. "What is this?" Finch began. "Some kind of pagan." Billy ignored him. He slapped the poultice onto Sample's wound. It was cold. It stung. Sample flinched, a sharp hiss of breath. But the cold turned to a clean, drawing numbness. Billy took a fresh strip of linen from his own pouch and wrapped the arm tight. "Yarrow," Billy said. "Stops the bleeding. For a while." He tied it off, his fingers quick and sure. "Colonel's right," Billy said, finally looking at Finch, who sat stunned in the mud. "They're coming. But they're not smart." "Where?" Sample said. He worked the lever of the Winchester. The sound, shuck shuck, was the most beautiful sound he'd ever heard. "Everywhere," Billy said. "They're loud." "How many?" "I counted 6. At first. The one in the captain's coat, he's just sitting." Billy pointed back over his shoulder, toward the ridge they'd left. "Way back there. On a rock. Just watching." "Gallow," Sample said. "And another one. A boy. His face was bloody. The captain sent him away. He rode southeast. Rode fast. Like he was carrying a message." Finch's face tightened. A deserter. And a captain who wouldn't fight. This was not the rescue he'd imagined. "That leaves 5, Billy said, pulling a piece of jerky from his pouch and biting off a piece. "The one with the big voice, the bulldog. He's O'Malley." "He's the one," Finch said, his authority returning. "He'll finish this." "He's a fool," Billy said, chewing. "He's a brawler. He's not a hunter. He sent 3 men to ride the West Rim. To block the canyon. But they're Skyland. I could have shot all 3 of them." He pointed. "The other 2, they're coming up the wash. On foot. Slow. They think you're still in that ditch. They think they're sneaking." "How far?" Sample asked. 200 yards. Splashing in the mud. They're arguing about who has to go first." Billy spat a piece of gristle. "They argue more than they track." A cold, hard line of a smile touched Sample's lips. He had his rifle. He had his horse. He had a tracker. And he had a report. Finch looked at the steep chimney Billy had come down. "We can't climb out. Not with my leg." "We're not climbing," Sample said. He settled back into the cleft behind the boulder. He rested the Winchester's barrel on the rock, sighting down at the canyon mouth. "You wanted a war, Colonel," Sample said, his voice flat. "You got one." Chapter 30. The shed was a hot, dark box. The air was thick, choked with the smell of moldy canvas and the sour, sharp odor of high fever. Ruth was on the floor. She wasn't just sleeping. She was going. Her breath was a thin, ragged gasp. Her skin, where it wasn't caked in grime, was the color of old parchment. She was small, a pile of sticks under a dirty dress. Then she began to shake. It started in her hands. A fine tremor. Then her legs jerked. Her back arched, rigid, and a low, keening sound came from her throat, a sound that wasn't human. Her eyes rolled back, showing the whites. Jedodiah, who had been sitting in the corner, his head in his hands, scrambled over. "Ruth. Ruth, no." He grabbed her shoulders, trying to hold her down, as if he could pin the fever to the dirt floor. "Stop it," Patience hissed. "You'll hurt her. Turn her on her side." Jedodiah just stared, his face a mask of raw panic. She's leaving us." "Oh God. Oh God, no." The convulsion passed. Ruth went slack, her body collapsing, her breath a shallow, almost invisible movement. She looked for all the world like she was already dead. Jedodiah crumpled. He didn't just kneel. He collapsed, his forehead hitting the dirt. He was broken. The confrontation with Major Davies hadn't just cracked his faith, it had hollowed him out. And now this. He began to pray. It wasn't the confident, strong prayer of a man who believed. It was the desperate, broken babble of a child in the dark. "Our Father, who art in heaven, please do not forsake her. She is innocent. A lamb. I am the sinner. Take me. Take me. Just let her." His words dissolved into sobs, his shoulders shaking. Patience watched. She looked at the boy, weeping, useless, praying to a God who was at best not listening. She looked at the girl, who was a wisp, a thread away from snapping. The rage that had been a cold stone in her gut at the washtub now became a fire. She stood up. She didn't say a word to Jedodiah. He was in his own world, and it was a world that couldn't help. She walked to the shed door. The heavy wooden bar was on the outside. She didn't knock. She kicked it. Thud. She kicked it again with her boot heel. Crack. "Hey." A voice from outside. "The sentry. Hey, in there. You stop that. You want the major down on you." Patience didn't stop. She kicked again and again. A frantic, furious rhythm. Crack. 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 Damn it. The bar was lifted. The door was yanked open, spilling the blinding hot light of the afternoon into the shed. The sentry, a young private with a sunburnt nose, stood there, his rifle leveled. "What in the hell do you think you're?" Patience pushed past him. She didn't run. She walked. A fast, determined stride, right into the middle of the parade ground. "You," she yelled. "Stop." The sentry, stunned, just watched her. "Get back here. I'm warning you." She ignored him. She was walking toward the surgeon's quarters, a low-slung soddy next to the infirmary, which was just another, larger shed. The corporal at the gate had been right. The surgeon's name was Hobbs, and he'd been drunk since Tuesday. She didn't knock. She shoved the door open. The room smelled like a tomb. Stale whiskey, unwashed body, and vomit. Surgeon Hobbs was at a small table, his head down, asleep on a stack of medical journals. An empty bottle was on its side by his hand. "Get up," Patience said. Hobbs snorted. He didn't move. "Get up." She walked over and shoved his shoulder. He came up with a roar, his chair clattering over. He was a big man, gone to seed, his uniform a stained, wrinkled mess, his eyes a spiderweb of broken red veins. "What? Who the hell? Get out. Get out." "The girl," Patience said. "In the shed. The Mormon. She's dying." "Dying." Hobbs laughed. A wet, ugly sound. "Good. Fine. One less thing to feed." He fumbled for the bottle. It was empty. He cursed and threw it against the wall, where it smashed. "Now get out. I'm ill." "You're drunk," Patience said. "I am the post surgeon." "And you are trespassing." Sentry. Sentry." "The girl is white," Patience said. The words were cold. Deliberate. "She's not Indian. She's not a whore. She's a 16-year-old girl. From Ohio. And she's dying of a fever, 10 feet from your door." "I don't care if she's the Queen of Sheba," Hobbs grunted, trying to right his chair. "She's a Mormon. She's seditious." "And you're a coward," Patience said. Hobbs stopped. He looked at her. "You're a coward," she repeated, her voice rising, carrying out the open door into the yard. "You're a drunk. And you're going to let a white girl die because you're too ill to walk 20 yards. A few troopers, the ones who had been on the sutler's porch, were looking over. Curious. "You shut your mouth," Hobbs hissed, his face turning a deep blotchy red. "Or what?" Patience stepped back, out of the doorway, into the full hot light of the sun. She pointed at him. "Or you'll let her die. You're already doing it. Is this what the army does? Is this what men do? Or are you just a pig in a blue suit, too drunk to find his own boots?" The troopers were watching now. This was a show. "That's enough," Hobbs roared. He was furious. Not at the accusation. At the audience. He staggered out onto the porch, grabbing his black medical bag from a peg. "Damn you. Damn you all to hell." He wasn't doing it to save Ruth. He was doing it to shut Patience up. "You," he snarled at her. You brought this. You, fine. Fine." He started to stomp, uneven, across the parade ground. "But if she's got pox, if she's got anything, I'm having you shot. You hear me? Shot." Patience didn't say a word. She just turned and walked fast back to the shed. Hobbs followed, cursing her, cursing the sun, cursing the fort every step of the way. She got to the shed. She stepped inside, back into the dark. Jedodiah was still on his knees, his prayer a low, hopeless mumble. He hadn't even noticed she was gone. Chapter 31. The silence in the canyon was a physical weight. Just the drip of water from the high stone walls. A single bead of it formed on the barrel of Sample's Winchester. He watched it swell, heavy, and drop, disappearing into the mud. Alistair Finch sat against the rock, his face a mask of pale, sweating patience. The pain in his leg was a white-hot fire, but his eyes were bright. He was listening. He was a commander again, waiting for the battle to begin. "He's making you wait, Marshal," Finch whispered, his voice a low, confidential purr. "He's letting you soak in it. He's letting you feel the walls press in." He smiled. "O'Malley might be a bulldog, but he's not a stupid one. He's setting the trap. He's methodical." Sample didn't answer. He watched the bead of water reform. His world was the cleft in the rock, the 5 bullets in his Colt, the full magazine of his rifle, and the 100 yards of open, muddy ground to the canyon's mouth. Billy Beaver was somewhere in the rocks above him, a shadow, a ghost. He was as silent as the stone itself. "Any last words, janitor?" Finch asked. "A confession, perhaps? For the good of your soul?" A voice bellowed from the wash. It was not methodical. It was pure hot rage. "Enough of this. Ryan. On me. We're talking him. Charge." Finch's face lit up. A look of ecstatic, savage joy. Yes. Yes. Come on, Sergeant. Come on. Two figures burst from the mouth of the wash, not 200 yards out. O'Malley and Private Ryan. They weren't running crouched. They were running upright, like men charging a fortified line, splashing through the shin-deep mud. They were firing their carbines from the hip, the shots wild, the bullets cracking high over Sample's head. The world exploded. From the rims above, from 3 different positions, the other troopers opened up. Bullets began to sing. A storm of lead hammered the boulder field. Thwack. Thwack. Ping. Whine. Stone chips sharp as glass sprayed the den. Get down. Sample yelled, grabbing the back of Finch's collar and yanking him flat. Fire, you fools. Fire. Finch was roaring, not at Sample, but at his own men, his voice cracking. He's here. He's in the rocks. Kill him. Kill him. O'Malley was a bull. He was halfway across the mud flat, his face a purple mask of exertion, his mouth open in a soundless roar. He was a man possessed. He believed he was charging one wounded man with a pistol. He hadn't counted on the Winchester. He hadn't counted on the creek. The bulldog, Sample said. He rested the Winchester on the rock. The front sight, a simple blade, settled on O'Malley's heaving chest. He didn't fire. Shoot him. Finch screamed from the mud. You won't. You coward. You? Sample shifted his aim. He tracked the second man. Private Ryan, running 10 feet to O'Malley's left, his face a mask of pure youthful terror, just trying to keep up with his sergeant. Sample squeezed the trigger. The bang of the Winchester was huge in the enclosed space. It slammed against the rock walls, a physical blow. Private Ryan didn't just fall. His legs vanished from under him. He pitched forward, face first, into the red mud. He didn't skid. He just stopped. A heap of wet blue wool. O'Malley didn't even stop. He didn't look at Ryan. He just kept coming. He was still bellowing, a wordless sound of pure rage. He was firing. Crack. A bullet ricocheted off the rock, 2 inches from Sample's head. The whine was a live thing, a hot insect that stung the air. My turn, Billy's voice said. The deep, heavy boom of his Springfield went off from above Sample. Billy was on a higher ledge, a perfect sniper's perch. O'Malley stopped. He was 40 yards out. He looked confused. The shot had come from the wrong place. The wrong sound. He looked left. He looked at the body of Private Ryan. He looked up at the rims. He's in the rocks, Sergeant, a voice, probably Tate's, yelled from the high rim. Just light him up. He's in there. The covering fire became a panic. A storm of bullets, no longer aimed, just thrown at the boulders. O'Malley roared and charged again. He was running on pure, uncut fury. He was 30 yards out. He raised his carbine to his shoulder for an aimed shot. Sample worked the lever. Shuck shuck. He had his sight on O'Malley again. He saw the man's eyes. They were wide. Crazy. He squeezed the trigger. The Winchester bucked. O'Malley stopped. He looked down at his own chest. A dark, spreading stain. He looked up at the rocks. His face wasn't angry anymore. It was surprised. He was still holding his carbine. Colonel, he said. The word was a wet gurgle. He didn't fall. He just folded. His knees buckled. He collapsed into the mud, face down, next to his private. The shooting stopped. The silence slammed back in. Absolute. Just the drip, drip of the water. Finch was staring. His mouth was open. The rescue. The charge. The thundering arrival of the 7th Cavalry. It was over. It had taken less than 30 seconds. No, Finch whispered. He looked at the 2 bodies, steaming in the mud. No. Get up, Sergeant. That's an order. O'Malley. The canyon was just a wet, muddy grave, holding 2 fresh bodies. A voice from the rim. Corporal Tate. Shaky. Terrified. Sergeant. Sergeant O'Malley. Ryan. No one answered. Chapter 32. 1 mile away, on the high, cold ridge, Captain Marcus Gallow heard the battle he had been waiting for. It wasn't a battle. It was an execution. He heard the sudden, stupid bang-bang-bang of carbines fired from the hip, a sound of pure, undisciplined rage. He heard O'Malley's roar, a faint animal sound carried on the wind. Then the reply. A single sharp crack from a Winchester. A deep, heavy boom from a Springfield. Another crack from the Winchester. Then silence. A silence so total, so heavy, it was louder than the gunfire. A silence that meant men were dead. His men. His mutinous, stupid, loyal dead men. Gallow had been sitting on the rock, a man with no command. He stood up. He was no longer a witness. He was again a captain. He was the only officer left. He was responsible for the pieces. He ran to his horse, grabbed the reins, and swung into the saddle. He didn't ride south, after the messenger. He didn't ride east, back to the fort. He kicked his horse hard and rode straight for the canyon. He wasn't riding to save Sample. He wasn't riding to avenge O'Malley. He was riding to stop the killing. To salvage what little was left of his honor and the regiment's. His horse slid in the mud, half falling down the last embankment into the wide wash that led to the canyon mouth. He yanked its head up, spurred it on. He thundered into the canyon, a single, mounted figure, his cloak billowing. The sight stopped him cold. The world was red mud and still bodies. 40 yards in, face down, lay Sergeant O'Malley, his arms splayed as if in a final, angry embrace of the earth. 10 yards beyond him, Private Ryan, a boy he played cards with 2 nights ago, was a crumpled heap of blue wool. Silence. The drip of water. A voice, high and shaking, echoed from the rim. Sergeant. Sergeant O'Malley. Ryan. Corporal Tate. He was still up there. He was still a threat. Gallow saw the boulder field, at the canyon's end. He saw the dark, triangular slit, where the shooter had to be. He saw another puff of smoke, high up, from the rocks where the Springfield had fired. They were still there. They were waiting. Gallow rode forward. He didn't pull his gun. He rode, slow, into the absolute center of the kill zone, halfway between the dead bodies and the boulder. He was a perfect target. For everyone. He raised his head. He was a man on a parade ground. Tate. Carson. His voice was a cannon shot, slamming against the stone walls. Cease your fire. CDASSSSD, FIRRRING. The echo died. This is Captain Marcus Gallow, he roared. This action is over. Sergeant O'Malley is dead. Private Ryan is dead. Sir. Tate's voice small, terrified. Is the colonel? You are in violation of the Articles of War. Gallow shouted, ignoring the question. You have fired on a federal officer in the performance of his duty. You are in a state of armed mutiny. I am giving you one final lawful order. Lay down your arms. Show yourselves. Now. He sat his horse. His hands were on his reins. Open. He was a statue in the middle of a graveyard. He was waiting for the bullet. From Tate. From Carson. Or from the man in the rocks, the marshal, who had no reason to trust a word he said. From the rocks, nothing. Just silence. From the rim, a head appeared. Corporal Tate. He was hatless. His face was white. He was crying. He looked down at the bodies of his friends. He looked at his captain, sitting alone, exposed. The fight, the rage, the loyalty, It was all gone. It had been shot out of him. "Sir," Tate choked. What do we?" "Your weapon, Corporal," Gallow commanded. "Lay it on the rock. Where I can see it. You and Carson. Stand up. Hands on your heads. Move. Before that marshal decides to finish the job you started." Tate looked at Carson, who was invisible somewhere. He heard a clatter. Tate laid his carbine on the wet sandstone. He stood up, his hands going to his head. A second later, Carson, his face a mask of pale, sick disbelief, did the same. Gallow let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. He had 2 men back. He had stopped the war. He turned his horse, slow. He faced the boulder, 100 yards away. He was still in the kill zone. "Marshal Sample," he yelled, his voice raw. "My name is Captain Gallow. My men have stood down. They are disarmed." Silence from the rock. "The engagement is over," Gallow shouted. I am here to render assistance. To you." He waited. The silence from the rocks was just as heavy as the silence from the dead. He had stopped his men. He had no idea if he had saved himself. Chapter 33. The silence in the canyon was a ringing in the ears. It was the loudest thing Sample had ever heard. He watched Captain Gallow, a man sitting on a horse, a perfect target, his hands open, shouting truce. On the rim, 2 troopers, Tate and Carson, stood with their hands on their heads, their carbines on the rock. They were beaten. The fight was over. The job was done. "Well," Alistair Finch whispered from the mud. "It seems the captain has folded. A pity." Sample kept his Winchester trained on the canyon mouth. He didn't trust the silence. He didn't trust Gallow. He didn't trust the men on the rim. "Billy," he said, his voice low. "Watch the high ground." "I'm watching," Billy's voice came from the rocks above. "Marshal," Gallow shouted again. "We are disarmed. I'm coming in. To see to the colonel." Gallow nudged his horse. It took one hesitant step. Sample was focused on him. On the captain's hands. On his eyes. He was focused on Tate and Carson, watching to see if they'd break for their guns. He was focused on the wrong man. Alistair Finch moved. He didn't make a sound. He was a snake in the mud. While Sample and Gallow were locked in their shouted negotiation, Finch was moving. He slid on his belly, out of the rock cleft. His broken leg dragged behind him, a useless muddy thing, but he didn't make a sound. He was driven by a pure, white-hot desperation. He was crawling toward O'Malley's body. "Finch!" Sample roared, turning, bringing the rifle around. It was too late. Finch's hand, caked in mud, closed around the butt of the Colt revolver still holstered on O'Malley's dead hip. He ripped it free. "Colonel, no!" Gallow screamed, yanking his horse to a stop. He drew his own revolver. Finch didn't try to stand. He was a wounded animal. He rolled onto his back, propped himself on his good elbow, and leveled the muddy revolver. His arm was shaking, but his eyes were clear. He was no longer a prisoner. He was a man with a gun. The world stopped. It was a 3-way, maybe 4-way standoff. Sample had his Winchester. The muzzle was on Finch. Gallow had his revolver. The muzzle was on Finch. Billy Beaver, on the high ledge, had his Springfield. The muzzle was on Finch. And Finch had his muddy Colt. He wasn't pointing it at Sample. He wasn't pointing it at Gallow. He was pointing it at the man on the ridge. "Tate! Tate!" Finch roared, his voice cracking. "Your weapon! Pick up your weapon, Corporal. That is a direct order." Tate, his hand still on his head, froze. He looked at his captain in the canyon. He looked at his colonel, armed in the mud. He was a man trapped between two orders. "Do it, boy," Finch screamed. "Your loyalty. Your oath. Shoot this traitor." He jabbed the gun toward Gallow. "Don't move, Tate," Gallow yelled, his own gun unwavering, still aimed at Finch. "You obey my order. Stand down." "He's a coward, Tate." Finch's voice was a desperate, seductive rasp. "He let them die. He's not a soldier. I am your commander. Avenge O'Malley. Shoot him. Shoot them all." Tate's hands slowly started to lower. "Billy," Sample said. His voice was flat. Cold. "I see him," Billy said from above. "Tate," Sample yelled, his voice cutting through Finch's tirade. "You move for that gun. My man on the rock will put a bullet in your head. Before you even touch it. Don't be the third man to die here." Tate stopped. His hands were halfway down. He looked at Sample. He looked at the invisible man on the rocks. He looked at Finch, a madman in the mud. He raised his hands slow back to his head. You cowards." Finch was sobbing now, a sound of pure choked rage. His gun hand was shaking. He swung the muzzle wild from Tate, to Gallow, to Sample. "All of you. Traitors. You'll all hang for this." He was coming apart. A man with a broken leg, a muddy gun, and no one left to order. "It's over, Colonel," Gallow said, his voice heavy. He nudged his horse a step closer. "It's all over. Put the gun down." "It's not over," Finch whispered. He steadied his aim. He pointed the Colt right at the center of Sample's chest. "It's not over until the janitor is dead." Sample didn't move. His Winchester was rock steady. He looked down the barrel, at Finch's eye. "Your move, Colonel," Sample said. Chapter 34. Surgeon Hobbs had come and gone like a whirlwind of sour whiskey and rage. He'd shoved patients aside, kicked Jedodiah's praying shin, and loomed over Ruth. "She's dying," he'd grunted, his hands surprisingly steady as he pried her eyelid open. "What's this? Fever. Typhoid, probably. Or just filth." He'd pulled a packet of white powder from his black bag, mixed it with a heavy splash of whiskey from his own flask, and prized Ruth's jaw open. He dumped the harsh gray paste into her mouth and forced her to swallow, clamping her nose shut. "Quinine. And God's own mercy," he'd slurred. "If she lives, she lives. If she don't, she don't. Stop yelling. It gives me a headache." Then he had staggered out, leaving the shed in a stunned, foul-smelling silence. That was 6 hours ago. Now, it was the deep dead part of the night. The shed was black, the air hot and still. Jedodiah was on his knees. He wasn't praying anymore. He was just waiting. His faith, which had been a fire, then a spark, then nothing, was gone. He was a hollow man, kneeling in the dark, waiting for the last of his world to die. Patience sat with her back to the wall, her arms crossed. She was just tired. A tired so deep it was in her bones. She watched the small, still shape on the floor. Ruth groaned. It wasn't the high, thin keen of the fever. It was a low, human sound. A sound of complaint. Jedodiah's head snapped up. "Ruth." She groaned again. Her body, which had been rigid, convulsed. A single, violent shiver that shook her from head to foot. She arched her back. Jedodiah scrambled over, thinking it was the end, the final awful fit. Then the shiver passed. And the sweat came. It was a flood. 1 second, her skin was parchment, dry and hot as a stove lid. The next, it was as if a bucket of water had been thrown on her. Her hair matted to her skull. Her dress, stiff with dirt, was plastered to her small frame. Jedodiah, his hands shaking, touched her forehead. The fire was gone. He was touching cool, damp skin. It's broken," he whispered. He looked up, his eyes finding patience in the dark. "Patience. The fever. It's gone." He fell back, his legs giving out, and a sound came out of him. A sob. A laugh. A prayer. He did it. He heard. Oh God. He heard. His faith, shattered on the floor of Major Davies's office, came rushing back, a tidal wave of relief. He sent that man. That drunk. He is a vessel. It's a miracle. Patience didn't move. She just watched. Jedodiah was a child again, seeing magic in a bottle of whiskey. She crawled over. She put her own hand on Ruth's forehead. It was just sweat. The body's last desperate fight. The quinine had worked. The fever had burned itself out. The medicine worked, she said. Her voice was flat. It was God's will, Jedodiah insisted, his voice fierce, his miracle already under attack. He guided the surgeon's hand. Fine, Jed. Patience was too tired to argue. God and the whiskey. They did it. Ruth's eyelids fluttered. She made a sound. A dry, rasping word. Water. Jedodiah fumbled for the dipper, his hands shaking so badly he sloshed water onto the dirt. Here, Ruth. Here. You're safe. We're safe. Patience took the dipper from him. Small sips, she said. She lifted Ruth's head, careful, and touched the tin to her cracked lips. Ruth drank. A small bird-like sip. Then another. Her eyes opened. They were still cloudy, still lost, but they weren't the white, rolled-back eyes of the fever. They saw. They saw Patience. We'll go, Jedodiah whispered, leaning close. He was alive again, his voice full of the old fire. As soon as you're strong, we'll leave this place. This terrible place. We'll go to Zion. We'll be safe. I promise. Ruth looked at him. She looked at Patience. Her head moved, a slow, weak motion on Patience's arm. No, she whispered. Jedodiah's face fell. What? But Ruth, it's the promised land. It's home. No more walking, Ruth breathed. The words were a terrible effort. Just tired. Jedodiah looked like he'd been slapped. But it's Zion. Patience gently laid Ruth's head back down. She sat back on her heels. She looked at Jedodiah. At his face, crumpled in confusion. She looked at his hands, which were blistered and bloody from the water yoke. She thought of her own hands, the skin raw from lie, the cut from the bottle a permanent angry scar. What promised land, Jed? She asked. Her voice was quiet. Not angry. Just empty. A valley in Utah. You think it's different there? You think people are different? It's where God is, he said, his voice weak. It was the only answer he had left. God wasn't at the creek, Patience said flat. And he's not in this fort. And I doubt he's in Utah. Maybe he's just busy. Patience, that's blasphemy. Is it? She rubbed her raw hands. Or is it just the truth? What we had, the wagons, that was Zion, Jed. It wasn't a place we were going. It was us. It was Bishop Hale and his book, and my father and his needles, and us. Together. And the soldiers burned it. Jedodiah had no answer. He just looked at Ruth, sleeping a real sleep now, her breathing slow and even. She's right, Ruth whispered, her eyes still closed. No more. Zion. Just here. Jedodiah looked, lost, from the sleeping girl to Patience. So what do we do? Patience stood up. She found the rag she'd been using on her own hand. She dipped it in the clean water Jedodiah had hauled. She walked back to Ruth and began, very gently, to wipe the grime from her face. The work. Always the work. We stop walking, Patience said. We stop looking for a place. We stay here. We get money. You're hauling. My washing. We'll save it. For what? For a piece of land, she said. A few acres. With a creek. Somewhere, away from the forts. Away from everyone. Our own. Zion, Jedodiah whispered, the idea a small new seed. Patience stopped wiping. She looked at him. No, she said. Not Zion. Not some promised land in a book. Just a piece of dirt. That no one can take. Zion's in your head, Jed. And right now, my head's too tired to build it. She went back to washing Ruth's face. Jedodiah watched her. He looked at his ruined hands. He was a man of God. He just didn't know what that meant anymore. Chapter 35. The canyon held its breath. 4 men, 4 guns, and a single unbridgeable moment. The drip of water from the sandstone wall was a hammer. Alistair Finch lay on his back in the mud, his good elbow propping him up. He held O'Malley's Colt. The muzzle was steady now, the shaking gone, replaced by a cold, final clarity. He was aiming at the center of Eldridge Sample's chest. Your move, Colonel, Sample said. His voice was flat. His own Winchester was a rock, its sight aligned on Finch's eye. Finch looked at him. He saw the janitor. The man with the paper. The man who had undone him. He looked at Captain Gallow, sitting on his horse, a traitor, his pistol also aimed at him. He heard, rather than saw, the invisible creak on the ledge above. He was beaten. His men were dead. His leg was broken. His rescue was a bloody farce. But he had 1 bullet. He could still act. He could still make the mess. He could kill the man who had come to mop him up. He smiled. A small, tight, satisfied smile. So be it, janitor. Finch squeezed the trigger. The world exploded. It was not 1 shot. It was 4. A single, catastrophic crack, boom, crack, bang, all 4 weapons firing in the same terrible compressed heartbeat. Finch's revolver, the one he'd pulled from a dead man's holster, fired first. The bang was loud, the orange flame lancing out, the bullet aimed for Sample's heart. Sample's Winchester fired. His shot was not a reaction. It was an answer. He'd seen the tension in Finch's knuckle. He fired as Finch fired. Billy Beaver's Springfield fired. The boom of the heavy rifle, a sound from God, came from the ledge above, a bolt of judgment. Captain Marcus Gallow fired. The crack of his Army-issue Colt was sharp, decisive. He had made his final choice, pulling the trigger on the man who had saved his life at Shiloh. It was not a skirmish. It was a firing squad. Finch's shot, fired in the same instant his world dissolved, went wild. The bullet whined high and harmless off the rock face, 10 feet over Sample's head. Sample's shot was true. The heavy Winchester round hit Finch in the right shoulder. The gun arm. The impact was a physical blow, a mule kick that spun Finch's upper body, tearing the muddy Colt from his numb fingers and sending it flying. Billy's shot, aimed for center mass, hit the rock just above Finch's head, spraying him with a shotgun blast of sandstone chips. Gallow's shot, fired from a nervous horse, hit the mud a foot from Finch's hip, a wet, angry thwack. The fight was over. It had lasted less than a second. The roar of the 4 guns slammed against the canyon walls and died, leaving a silence that was more profound than before. The air was thick with sulfur. Finch didn't just lie there. He was screaming. A raw, high, animal sound that had no words in it. It was the sound of a broken man, his body a ruin, his leg shattered, his shoulder a pulped, bloody mess. He was clutching the wound, rolling in the mud, his face a mask of unbelievable, total pain. Sample stood up from behind the boulder. He worked the lever of his Winchester, shuck shuck, the sound of the spent cartridge ejecting, a new one chambering. It was a full stop. A period, at the end of a sentence. He walked forward, his rifle held at his hip, the muzzle trained on the screaming man in the mud. Billy Beaver slid down from his perch, landing silently. He held his Springfield ready, his eyes on the 2 disarmed, terrified troopers, Tate and Carson, who were still on the rim, hands locked on their heads. Captain Gallow swung down from his horse. His face was gray, his gun smoking in his hand. He looked at the bodies, of O'Malley and Ryan. He looked at the screaming, writhing form of his colonel. He holstered his revolver and put a hand on his horse's flank as if to steady himself. Sample stopped 5 feet from Finch. The colonel's eyes, wide with agony, found him. The hatred was still there, but it was a drowned fire, swamped by the pain. The confused, brutal skirmish was done. The janitor was the only one left standing. Chapter 36. The world was just the screaming. It filled the canyon, a raw, continuous sound of a man being torn apart from the inside. Alistair Finch was no longer a colonel, no longer a hero or a prisoner. He was just a sound. Sample stood over him, the Winchester held at his hip. He watched the man writhe in the mud, clutching his ruined shoulder. The fight was over. Now the work began. Captain Marcus Gallow walked forward, his steps heavy, sucking in the red mud. He stopped 10 feet away, his face the color of old ash. He looked from the screaming Finch to the still, silent bodies of O'Malley and Ryan. "Marshal," Gallow said, his voice a dry croak. We have wounded." Sample didn't look at him. "He's my prisoner." "He needs a surgeon," Gallow said. He'll bleed out." "He should have thought of that," Sample said. Billy Beaver slid down the last of the rock face, his Springfield held easy. He walked over, not to the bodies, but to the spot where Tate and Carson stood on the rim, their hands still locked on their heads. "You too," Billy said, his voice quiet but carrying. "Come down. Leave the guns." The 2 troopers, their faces blank with shock, stumbled down a break in the rock, their hands in the air. They were children who had just watched the grown-ups murder each other. The screaming stopped. The sudden silence was a shock. It was worse than the noise. Sample looked down. Finch had gone limp. His eyes were closed, his mouth slack. A trickle of blood ran from the corner of his lips, mixing with the mud on his cheek. "He's passed out," Gallow said, a note of relief in his voice. "From the pain." "Maybe," Sample said. He didn't trust it. He looked at Gallow. "Your men. Get their guns. Tie them up." "They're my men, Marshal. They're surrendered." "They're mutineers," Sample corrected, his voice flat. "And they're my prisoners, too. Tie them up. Or Billy will." Billy, who had already taken the troopers' sidearms and was now collecting their carbines from the rim, just grunted his assent. Gallow, his face tight, pulled a length of rope from his saddle and with a look of profound shame walked toward Tate and Carson. The war was over. The paperwork was beginning. Sample's world was a series of problems to be solved. Gallow. The prisoners. The dead. And Finch. The main problem. He kept his eyes on Finch. The man was too still. He watched Gallow tie Tate's hands. He saw Billy methodically unloading the carbines, stacking them by the dead horse. The scene was stabilizing. It was becoming manageable. He took his eyes off Finch. Just for a second. He looked up at the gray sky, at the low-hanging clouds. He took a breath. The air smelled like a wet grave. When he looked back down, Finch was gone. He wasn't gone. But he wasn't there. The spot where he'd been lying was an empty, bloody depression in the mud. "Damn it," Sample breathed. He saw the trail. Not footprints. A smear. The mark of a man crawling on his belly, dragging a useless leg, pulling himself with one good arm. The trail led away from them, toward the back of the canyon, toward the jumble of rocks and the stagnant pool of water. Finch was using the dead horse as cover, his crawl hidden by its bulk. "Gallow." Sample's voice was a whip crack. Gallow looked up, his hands on Carson's ropes. "What?" Sample didn't answer. He just moved. He ignored the captain. He ignored the prisoners. He ignored the dead. He handed all of that, with a single backward glance, to Billy. His job was the man. The one who was crawling away. He ran, his boots splashing, following the terrible, pathetic trail. He rounded the dead horse. He saw him. Finch was 20 yards out, his progress a slow, agonizing torment. He was pulling himself through the mud with his left arm, his face buried, his shattered right shoulder and broken leg leaving a wide, messy furrow. He wasn't a soldier. He wasn't a man. He was a worm, trying to crawl back into the earth. He was heading for the deepest part of the boulder field, where the shadows were thickest. A last, desperate animal gamble. Sample didn't shout. He didn't fire. He just lengthened his stride. The pursuit was silent, save for the sound of his own boots in the mud and the wet, scraping sound of the man he was hunting. He closed the distance in 10 seconds. He didn't slow down. He didn't stop to talk. He reached Finch. He didn't grab him. He didn't kick him. He stepped hard on the back of Finch's good hand, the one he was using to pull himself forward. He put all his weight on it, grinding it into the mud and the sharp gravel beneath. Finch screamed. A choked, muffled sound, his face still in the mud. His crawl stopped. He tried to pull his hand free, but Sample's boot was an anchor. Sample stood there, one foot on his prisoner, the Winchester held at his side. He looked down at the man who had called him a janitor. "That's far enough, Colonel," Sample said. Chapter 37. The canyon was a butcher's yard. The screaming had stopped, replaced by the low, wet sound of Alistair Finch sobbing into the mud. Eldridge Sample stood over him, one boot on his hand, the Winchester held at his side. Captain Marcus Gallow stood by his horse. He felt hollow. He looked at the scene, not as a participant, but as a man who had arrived too late for the funeral. On the rim, Tate and Carson were still standing, their hands on their heads. They hadn't moved. They were statues of defeated men. Gallow. Sample's voice was flat. It cut through the quiet. Gallow looked. Sample was nodding toward the troopers on the rim. "Get your men. Bring them down. They're your prisoners, or they're mine. Your choice." Gallow took a breath. It was a test. "Tate, Carson. Come down. Slow. Leave the weapons where they are." The two men stumbled down the same break in the rock they'd been herded to. When they reached the bottom, they just stopped. They stared at the bodies. O'Malley. Ryan. They looked like lost children. "Sir," Tate whispered, his face white, streaked with tears and mud. "Sir, we just—" "Sergeant O'Malley, he—" "I know what he did, Corporal," Gallow said. His voice was dead. "And you followed him." He walked over to them. His hand went to his holster, but he pulled his rope, not his gun. He cut 2 lengths. "Put your hands behind your backs." Tate flinched. "Sir, you're tying us." "You're mutineers, Corporal," Gallow said. "You're prisoners of the U.S. Army. My prisoners. Until I hand you and your testimony over to Judge Parker." Tate looked at him, his eyes wide with betrayal. You're giving us to the Marshal?" "I'm giving you to the law," Gallow said. He tied Tate's wrists, his movements efficient. "It's more than O'Malley gave this patrol." He finished with Tate and moved to Carson, who just stood there shaking, his eyes on O'Malley's body. Gallow tied him. He now had 2 prisoners, 2 dead men, and a colonel who was a murderer. His command. He looked over at Sample. Sample had lifted his boot. He was pulling Finch by his good arm from the mud. Finch was a dead weight, his leg dragging, his shattered shoulder leaving a bright, wet trail of red. "Billy?" Sample grunted. Billy Beaver walked over. He looked at the bodies, his face showing nothing. He looked at Gallow and his 2 prisoners. He looked at Sample. He unslung his canteen, walked over to Finch, and poured a small amount of water onto the man's bloody, muddy face. Finch spluttered, his eyes rolling. "We need a travois," Sample said. "For him." Gallow looked at his horse. We can put him on my horse." "No," Sample said. "He rides on a stick. So I can see him." He looked at Gallow. Your men. Ryan. O'Malley. You see to them. It was an order. Gallow nodded. Tate Carson. You'll help me. You'll carry them. The two prisoners, their hands now tied in front, looked at him, horrified. That's an order, Gallow said. He walked over to O'Malley. He knelt in the mud. He looked at the man who had stolen his command, who had forced his hand, who had died for a loyalty that was a lie. He had hated him. And now, he just felt tired. He closed O'Malley's open, surprised eyes. He stood up. He looked at the canyon. The cost. 2 men dead. 2 more in irons, their lives over. A colonel broken who would hang. And his own career, his honor, gone. He'd followed a mutineer. He'd failed to control his men. He had fired on his commanding officer. It didn't matter that it was the right thing to do. The report would be a disaster. He was finished. Billy was already lashing poles together from the scrub oak, using rope from the dead horses. Sample was wrapping Finch's shoulder with strips torn from O'Malley's saddle blanket. It wasn't medical care. It was just packing. Gallow looked at the man who had started it all. The Marshal. Sample was working with a grim, one-handed efficiency, his own wounds forgotten. He was just a janitor, cleaning up the mess. Gallow had made his choice. He had stepped off the cliff. And he was still falling. But as he looked at the bodies, and at the man he had helped capture, he didn't feel shame. He just felt empty. And for the first time since Red Creek, he felt clean. Tate, Gallow said, his voice hard, the captain again. Help me with the sergeant. He had chosen. And he would stand by it. He had a long ride back to Fort Smith, with 2 dead men, 2 prisoners, and a story that would end his life. But he would make the ride. Chapter 38. The mud in the canyon had a new color. Red. Eldridge Sample stood, his boot off Finch's hand. He looked at the man he had just recaptured. Alistair Finch was no longer a man. He was a piece of cargo. He was a 200-pound problem of logistics, mud, and blood. He had passed out again, his face a waxy pale mask in the red dirt, his shattered shoulder a ruin of blue wool and dark pumping red. He's leaking, Billy Beaver said. He'd slid down from his rock, and was now standing over Finch, his face unreadable. He'll be dead before the river. No, Sample said. He dies in Fort Smith. Parker's rope. That was the deal. He looked at Captain Gallow. The captain was standing near his horse, his back to everyone, his shoulders shaking. He was a man coming apart. Captain? Sample's voice was a flat, hard thing. It cut Gallow's grief short. Gallow turned. His face was a wreck. He wiped his nose on his sleeve. What? The dead, Sample said, nodding at O'Malley and Ryan. They're your men. You're not leaving them. Gallow looked at the 2 bodies, face down in the mud. He looked at his 2 remaining men, Tate and Carson, who stood, hands tied, their eyes wide with shock. We can't, we don't have shovels. We're not burying them, Sample said. We're packing them. Get them on their horses. They're going back. Gallow stared, horrified. Pack them. Slung over the saddle, Sample said. Unless you want to carry them. Billy Beaver, ever practical, was already at work. He pulled his knife and cut the saddle from Finch's dead horse, Aries. He and Sample, in a grim, silent routine, cut and lashed 2 of the dead horse's legs to create a crude splint for Finch's broken one. They tore strips from O'Malley's saddle blanket, the one Sample had used before, and packed them tight into the bleeding pulped hole in Finch's shoulder. Finch woke up during this. He woke up with a scream that had no air in it, a sound that made Tate vomit onto the rocks. Hold him, Sample grunted. Billy put a knee on Finch's chest, holding him down like a steer for branding. Sample pulled the packing tight. Finch screamed again, then mercifully passed out. Now, Sample said, wiping his bloody wounded hands on his own trousers. He looked at Gallow. The dead. Gallow, his face white, his movements wooden, untied Tate's and Carson's hands. You heard him. Pick them up. Get them on their horses. The next 20 minutes were a silent, wet, horrible piece of work. It took all three of them. Gallow, Tate, and Carson. O'Malley was a 200-pound sack of wet sand and bad whiskey. Lifting him was a clumsy, awful heave. He gurgled. Carson dropped his leg, gagging. Pick it up, Private. Gallow roared, the captain for a moment. They got O'Malley slung, belly down, over his own saddle, his arms and legs dangling. They tied him to the horn and cantle. Ryan was younger, lighter. It was almost worse. His body was still flexible. While they did the grim work, Sample and Billy finished the travois. They used the long poles from a lean-to they found in the rocks, lashed with leather straps from the saddles. They roped it to Gallow's horse, the steadiest of the bunch. Not my horse, Gallow said, his voice quiet. Sample looked at him. He's my prisoner, Captain. He's my responsibility. He goes on my travois, pulled by my horse. He pointed at Regulator. Billy had already switched the tack. Fine, Gallow said. He was past arguing. They lifted Finch. He was a broken thing. They lashed him onto the travois, his good arm tied to his chest, his shattered body wrapped in a blanket. The procession formed. It was a parade from hell. Billy Beaver, on his pinto, rode point. He was already moving, his eyes on the trail out. Sample came next, mounted on Gallow's horse, a tall, steady chestnut. He held the lead rope for his own horse, Regulator, who pulled the travois. The sound of the poles scraping the wet rock was the only sound, save for the drip, drip, drip. Behind him on foot marched the prisoners, Tate and Carson. Their hands were tied. Gallow had tied their lead ropes to his own saddle horn. Gallow rode last on Tate's horse. He was the rear guard. He was escorting his two dead men, who were slung over their saddles on lead ropes, and his two living prisoners. And he was, himself, a prisoner of the Marshal. They moved out. Slow. The mud sucked at the horse's hooves. The travois poles scraped and groaned. Finch was awake. Sample looked back at him. His eyes were open. He was staring at the gray, racing sky. The pain had taken his arrogance, his voice, his fire. He was just a man strapped to two sticks, being dragged out of a canyon, leaving his dead men behind. They passed the spot where O'Malley had charged. They passed the spot where Ryan had fallen. Tate, walking, his head down, began to sob. A quiet, racking, hopeless sound. Sample looked forward. He didn't look back, again. He had his man. It was a tough win. It was maybe no win at all. It was just the job. And Fort Smith was a long, slow ride away. Love audiobooks? Get over 100 Wild Western Audiobook on YouTube. Subscribe for full listens, no fluff. Wild Western Roundup. Want even more action-packed adventures in the Wild West? Join the posse. Download your free copy of Wrangler today. Or keep reading the Rip Campbell Wild Western series in Amazon. The end.